Hello, can you hear me? There we go. We'll call to order the Kennedale City Council regular meeting, April 16th, 2024. It is 5:31 p.m. We are here at City Hall Council Chambers located 405 Municipal Drive. Members of the public may join in person or access a live feed at www.cityofkennedale.com/videos. The virtual option does not allow for public comment. To address the Kennedale City Council regarding, actually, we just have one speaker, and so you already know 3 minutes, right? So I'm not even going to read the whole, you know the drill, Dustin, perfect. Can we get a roll call?
David Glover, place 1.
Here.
Kenneth Michaels, place 3.
Here.
Ryan Griffith, place 4.
Present.
Jeff Navarez, place 5.
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Perfect, thank you so much. We are going to have our invocation and pledges. We have a special guest tonight, our pastor from First Bible Baptist, Pastor Gary Redfield, sorry about that. And then Mayor Pro Tem Michaels will give our pledges. But if you'll rise and stand, we'll have our invocation first. And Pastor, if you'll just come up to
You ready for me? All right. Madam Mayor, Councilman, interested parties, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Almighty God, we are awed by who you are and humbled knowing who we are in relation to you. We come before you seeking your guidance for these servants of the people as they participate in this important city council meeting. We thank you for the mayor and each of the council members as they deliberate on solving city issues this day. Please grant them wisdom liberally, as only you can do. The mark of a good mayor's and council members is their desire to do what is right for all the people of the city they serve. Your prophet Jeremiah was inspired to tell leaders of his time, "Thus saith the Lord, execute ye judgment and righteousness, and deliver the spoiled out of the hand of the oppressor, and do no wrong." May the work done during this evening's city council meeting showcase the best qualities of each council member. And so we pray that you would be glorified through the deliberations and any and all decisions made here tonight. Before I end this prayer, Lord, I ask you to encourage and protect all the elected and appointed servants of the city of Kennedale, as well as the city and hospital staff. And Lord, I especially ask you to put a hedge of protection around the police, firemen, and all first responders who at times are called to be in harm's way to protect their fellow citizens. These things I ask in the name of Jesus the Christ. Amen.
All right, we'll have our visitor, Dustin, come on up, give your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good now? Okay, good. Dustin Verona, 309 Autumnwood Court. Just wanted to come get it on the record that the school's planning on getting all their paperwork ready for their new build over there. I don't know if everybody's aware of the flooding issue on Winding Court Creek. If you're not, it's pretty documented as far as the runoff from the school, washes all their water off and it runs off and dumps in our backyard. So they're going to start their build here soon. I know they're getting their permits together, and I just wanted to make the city aware that when the permits get going, to please watch the permits carefully, as it's going to change the direction of water, with the city lawyer at one point saying that when they change the direction of water, that it's going to be illegal. Of course, if they get permits to do it the correct way, everything's kosher, but we want to make sure that when city permits go out there and look and start signing off on stuff, that they do it the correct way, so that it's not jumping more water or fixing the issue that was previously there. So that's all I had for y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Nathan, you got that? You're on that? Okay. Excellent. All right, we're going to jump right into our work session. We have a lot of items on our work session tonight. We're going to start with a really important one. We're going to start with the reaccreditation award for Kennedale Police Department. And we'll have, as soon as Chief Holguin is finished with that. Chief Holguin, if you're up for the reaccreditation. And make sure everyone understands this, because this is really big. So I want to make sure that everyone understands what you've done, what your staff has done.
I'd like to first thank Chief Aaron with the Mansfield Police Department. They're a great partner with us and here to present us with the reaccreditation award. Reaccreditation is a state of Texas accreditation where there's 170 practices that we have to meet, and we recently passed reaccreditation. This is our third time, so we've actually been accredited four times since 2012. So this is a really big deal for the City of Kennedale and the City of Kennedale Police Department. With that, I'd like to bring Chief Aaron to the podium.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you all very much. Yeah, I would like to go through my prepared remarks for the chief here, because this, like what he was saying, is absolutely a big deal. So, Honorable Mayor, council members, and members of the Kennedale community, my name is Tracy Aaron. I'm the Chief of Police in the City of Mansfield, and I'm here honored this evening to represent the TPCA Accreditation Committee. The Texas Chiefs Association is made up of over 1,500 professional police chiefs throughout the state who are dedicated to improving the police profession. I'm here this evening to present the Kennedale Police Department with a certificate of reaccreditation to continue to maintain their compliance with the Texas Law Enforcement Best Practices Program for the past 4 years. Several years ago, the Texas Police Chiefs Association developed an accreditation program for Texas law enforcement. Many of you know about accreditation programs for schools, universities, and hospitals. Their programs are professional excellence and all require proof of compliance with a set of professional standards. Ours is similar. It's a voluntary program where the departments prove they meet or exceed 173 difficult standards. The standards are based on Texas law, Texas court decisions, contemporary best practices as identified by the Texas Police Chiefs Association, and these standards are the full range of law enforcement operations such as use of force, protection of citizens' rights, vehicle pursuits, property and evidence management, patrol and investigation operations, just to name a few. The program has become the new gold standard professional for law enforcement in Texas, and departments across the state are working diligently to meet these requirements. Approximately 12 years ago, the Kennedale Police Department first attained their accredited status with the TPCA, and it was not an easy task. The department had to conduct a complete audit of all their policies, procedures, and operations in order to meet these standards. Since that time, the department has submitted annual reports that were reviewed to ensure they continue to meet the standards and continue to provide the citizens of Kennedale with effective police services. In February of this year, trained assessors, police chiefs, and command staff from other parts of the state spent 2 days conducting another assessment of the Kennedale Police Department. These assessors interviewed staff, inspected facilities and operations, met with field officers, and ensured compliances with all standards. The report was then sent to the accreditation committee, comprised of 9 police chiefs from around the state, who reviewed the report and voted to award the accreditation status. That vote was unanimous. During this process, the Kennedale Police Department has once again proven that it meets or exceeds the best practices for professional law enforcement in the state of Texas. Of the over 2,800 law enforcement departments in Texas, only 206 departments have achieved this accredited status, and fewer than that have been reaccredited. This evening, we officially recognize the Kennedale Police Department for their outstanding performance. What does that mean to our community? The accreditation program assures both city management and citizens of Kennedale that their police department is operating in a manner that reflects the current best practices of law enforcement. It means your police department is continually striving for professional excellence. And it means that your police department is one of the very best in the state. The certificate we present this evening is symbolic. While it is clearly the mark of professional excellence, the real value of the program is the process they must complete to receive the certification. And once again, this is not the end of this process. The department will submit annual reports to assure continued compliance, and in 4 years, we'll be back on site with new inspections to ensure the department is continuing to comply with all standards. The Kennedale Police Department is a leader in Texas law enforcement, and you should be very proud of their accomplishments. So with that, I would like to ask Chief Hoagie to come up and be presented with this certificate. On behalf of the Texas Chiefs Association, we want you to be presented with this, and absolutely great job once again with you and your team.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. You should have some comments after that.
Thank you, Chief Aaron. And on behalf of the City of Kennedale and the Kennedale Police Department, when I was asked by the Texas Police Chiefs Association Foundation that runs the accreditation program, and we were told that we're being reaccredited, and they said, who would you like to present your award to? The first person that popped in my mind was Chief Aaron. Chief Aaron and the Mansfield Police Department are incredible partners for the City of Kennedale and the Kennedale Police Department. We collaborate on a number of different things, and they support us in a number of different ways, from dispatch operations, jail operations, and we even get to use their range every once in a while, which is really great because it's a very nice range. So a really, really heartfelt thank you to the chief and the Mansfield Police Department for supporting us, being great partners to us in the city. I'd also like to recognize, this isn't done by me. We can't do this by ourselves. So I want to recognize a couple other people. I think they already sat down. Sergeant Andrews, we can come up, please, and Captain Carlson. So Sergeant Andrews is the recognition manager. For over a year, he's been working on getting us reaccredited. Captain Carlson, of course, is the captain of the police department and has his hands right in the middle of everything, including reaccreditation, the whole process. We met at least once a week. The sergeant was required to send me a weekly report on the status of accreditation. So this has been a very long and arduous process to get reaccredited, and our goal was to be as perfect as possible. And I can report that we had 2 very minor corrections we had to make during the audit, which were almost of no significance to the auditors. They were very impressed with all the work that was done, but we have to give credit to the recognition manager, Sergeant Brian Andrews, for doing an outstanding job getting our files and our audit process ready so that the auditors came in and had a very smooth audit for the department. So I'd like to thank Sergeant Andrews and all the support by Captain Carlson that made the department look great, and supported Sergeant Andrews and all of his endeavor on this project. Congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate all your help and support.
Thank you for, for us, it makes us proud citizens. We're so proud to be here and to be a citizen of Kennedale, and thank you for all that you do for us. Proud of you, set the bar high. I like that. We're going to move on to Little School Road Extension. We're going to have a presentation by Friesen Nichols, possibly. I saw Max, there he is.
So I didn't have a presentation prepared, just more of
Okay.
just a general update on the project.
Okay, so this is an update? Is that what this is?
Yeah, I feel like I just spoke here like last month, but, so yeah, I guess general overview of the project. So we had
Gotcha.
alignment
Gotcha.
study from Kenner Parkway to Dick Price, had the 3 alternatives. So project update today. So We recently went out with the Union Pacific Railroad track, kind of met with them on site, just talk about the project and what the goal is, what the intents are. Meeting went really well. Had pretty positive feedback from UP. Just a matter of understanding what their limitations are. If, like, they want us to stay out the right of way, which is kind of the big picture there. And then we are working a couple angles with UP about some additional funding opportunities from Union Pacific. They kind of mentioned while we were out there about it could be a case of we take away some at-grade crossings to maybe incentivize them to help us from the project for this project. Hasn't really taken off just yet, just more if that's something that the city can consider. And then the other component is we prepared like a letter to the commissioner to please, again, ask for additional funding on the project as well.
Well, I think that's the biggest conversation that we need to have tonight, is where it originally started out and where we originally are now, because that's a huge gap. I mean, it's not a gap, but right? Yeah, a huge difference.
Sure.
I think it's double, right? So that's what we need to talk about as a council in our work session, is understanding that. Do you want to take that? Just give everyone a base of where we were, where we are, and what this means to us.
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask you, if you'll go through the financial part of how we went from 22 million to 39 million, if you'll give us an example and explanations of how that has grown to that amount. And after that, I'll take it from there if you're okay with that.
Sure. Yeah. So originally we were looking at like a 200-foot long bridge over the railroad track just to stay out the right of way. And then that was under understanding that we would have relatively tall MSC walls up to that bridge approach, still stand out of UP right of way. We kind of looked back at this like, well, doing a longer bridge like that or doing a shorter bridge like that is not economical because there's kind of limitation on how tall you want those walls to be. And so to offset that, we do a longer bridge. And the bridge is kind of the biggest cost associated with the project is the bridge component. And then looking at, I guess, more recent numbers of like, so I guess to use numbers is we were estimating maybe like $100 a square foot years ago. And then recently, I think it's more from this level design to do more like $180. So that cost alone for the big component of being the bridge drove up the cost quite a bit. There is a perspective of we can still do a shorter bridge, but it just means more embankment, which it would save costs from a bridge perspective, but it would be more cost associated with the embankment, and maybe you're doing a small wall to reduce the footprint, but it's still just going to be more right-of-way acquisition costs associated with that. So not so much construction costs, but the right-of-way acquisition component kind of offsets that. And so that's kind of the big picture of how basically essentially the bridge is what the change of cost has been.
Thank you. Some of the things we need to consider today is how do we move forward with the new estimated cost of the bridge itself or the Little School Road project. Currently it's $39 million. That was a 50-50 match with Tarrant County Transportation. With that, we have been in contact with Tarrant County to see what those fundings could be. Currently, that project was started off at a $13 million project. So at the time, it was $6.5 million match. With that, last year, that cost went up to $22 million. Obviously, this year, it's now $39 million. We have been in contact with Tarrant County. The mayor and I have met with Tarrant County Transportation to see what kind of funding we can move forward with. Currently, we have not got an answer back. However, it was very encouraging that there's a good chance that that funding can be matched. Unfortunately, at the time, it was based off the $22 million budget, not $39 million. So obviously, at this point, we're having to go back and reevaluate where we're at, and that's why we're here today with Freese and Nichols, is how do we move forward with this project? Obviously, with $39 million, not only does Tarrant County Transportation going to need more funding in that side, we've also, as Friesen Nichols is indicating, we've been talking to Union Pacific or the railroad, and what kind of funding can they help us out as we move forward. Now, we have started that process with them, along with our Commissioner Simmons, to send that letter, saying what kind of funding we can receive. We have not received any response back from Tarrant County or the railroad. They did offer a letter of recommendation to put the overpass, the bridge in, which is a very positive. They believe it's a benefit for them as well to have this overpass. But currently, the shock is the 39 million, and how do we get to the point where we can afford, even if we want to indicate half, roughly, we're looking at 19 million, 20 million if you want to look at it. That's if Tarrant County will come in and still match the 50-50, which generally gives us 20 apiece. Unfortunately, at this point, we don't have an answer which way we can go dealing with the railroad. We believe we can have funding coming through the railroad, which is in a sense federal dollars. We're encouraged by the railroad, how they talk to us with it. Unfortunately, we just don't have the time to have all that information and have a concrete answer from any of the other entities that could be involved in it. One of our goals was to move forward with the project with the intent in May or June to issue a $20 million bond that would help us build this roadway, which we was anticipating was roughly about 10 million, not 20 million. So tonight, we need to have the discussion, which way do we go? How do we move forward? How can we bring this project to the current standard? And that's what I'm asking today for some feedback and what's your suggestions of how we move forward with it. Time is not necessarily against us by any means, but it is something that the communications has started on Friesen Nichols' side of their contacts, the contacts with the mayor and myself as we move forward with Tarrant County, COG, North Central Texas Council of Governments, Tarrant County Transportation. So there's a lot of moving parts. We just don't necessarily have an answer. The biggest question is how do we move forward? At this point, only money that's been truly allotted to us is 6.5 million. So if we look at that, we're still looking at about $32 million project. We can be hopeful, but at this point, that's all it is hope. Until we get concrete answers from Tarrant County, we're not even sure they'll match that 50-50. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, for sure. And then I guess one thing I'll add too is that, if we were to go like the 30% design, say, hey, we get surveyed, we get a more detailed, more higher level SUE, we can have a more concrete answer of how much that costs. Because right now we're at very, airplane level looking at this project, and there could be some savings. And it's like, well, maybe we don't need, 1,400 feet. Maybe we can shave that down to like 1,200 feet and get that cost down some more too. But at the level with the LiDAR information we have, it's pretty open. That's why that cost is so high too.
Do you have any suggestions of how we can move forward with a project without it just in a sense saying it dies?
Sure.
Do you have any suggestions that how we can move forward with the project with the anticipation that we can have help in the near future?
Yeah. So kind of that same thought about maybe doing a 30% design is that gives you more leverage to get additional funding. A lot of times they like to have more of at least that 30% design to really leverage that additional funding opportunities. And so there's kind of like a twofold, right? You get some additional design work that isn't necessarily lost. You can still use that. It's just give a more definitive understanding of how much the project's going to take and what our more detailed challenges are going to be.
So if our goal is to hit the 30% mark, what kind of funding are we looking at?
Like the funding opportunities?
Not just from us. So if we're trying to hit the 30% mark on the engineering and design, if I understood you right, so if we're trying to, if that's our mark, it's to hit the 30% to showcase that, hey, the city's serious and we're moving forward. Can you put a dollar amount of what that 30% would be?
I couldn't say for sure, no, because it'll depend on, because we would be getting sub-Heppard from like survey and from some utilities, or from SUE, and so it really depends on their numbers too. So I couldn't say a hard number of like how much it's gonna cost, but obviously it wouldn't cost as much as doing the full design, but it would be some marginal percentage of that.
So I think just to overview, I just wanted to make sure all of us were aware where we were on the project, what the numbers are on the project. So even at a 50-50 split, that's 19.5 million for us, which is a lot. We were, already not stretching, but, we had already decided this is how much that, we could budget for this project. And if right now, as you said, Tarrant County is committed to 6.5, and if there isn't any additional, that leaves us, even rough numbers, right? So you always want to use rough on the high side. That leaves us carrying 32.5 million. So I just wanted all of us to be on the same page about where we were at. So obviously my personal opinion is until we know where the additional funding is going to come from, there's really no other discussions to have except to wait and see where additional funds are coming from. And I'll just see if everyone is in agreement or has anything else that they want to add to that. I'll start with Councilman Glover.
So before we get to the money side, was there any other concerns from Union Pacific, or do you see any other, call it, areas of heartburn with the project other than cost?
From the UP's perspective, or just from in general?
Both.
Well, I mean, obviously the cost has been kind of the big one. It's, I guess, making sure you get the grades you needed to get over Union Pacific Railroad track, because they're relatively close to Canada Parkway. So it's not leaving a lot of room to make that grade up over the railroad track. And so one of the things we saw, at least from our high-level LiDAR information, is that the slopes off pretty quickly on the wet side. And so that's why that bridge is so long, trying to chasing grade back down. And that's kind of discussion about if we got survey and determine whether or not maybe that elevation ground on the west side is actually like 6 feet higher, but our LiDAR is not showing it correctly. So another case, we can probably shorten that bridge up to more. And so, yeah, just understanding the grading over the bridge, and that's kind of the other concern besides the cost that I'm thinking about. Because we've looked at it from the alignment study perspective from both drainage and environmental, and there haven't been any issues with that from that perspective for the preferred alignment. So yeah, it's just been more of a grading exercise of how do we make that grade over the railroad track and meeting their standards.
And going under the tracks isn't an option.
It's an option. It's typically more expensive than overpass because you have to deal with the drainage perspective, all that flow coming down to the below.
So one thing that kind of comes to mind, and it's probably not anything that the citizens want to hear, but put a toll tag on it. Pay for it that way over 20 years. Something to think about. Thank you for your time.
Sure, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I'm still kind of shocked about the sticker price about it. It seems like 2.5 years ago, it was just a $13 million project, and now we're at $39 million. Basically, the only thing we can do is wait and see if we can get federal, state, or maybe more county money and go from there, and maybe the railroad. And that would be our step, just to a waiting game, basically. Of course, the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost. So.
Councilman Griffith?
With a project of this size, I'd imagine that's not an easy feat for any municipality. That's a pretty penny, if you will. Has there been any consideration of designing this and building it in a way that it can be taken in phases? So, for example, could you lay the road work and the base and come back and install the bridge, being that the bridge is, I guess, the lion's share of the costs, is what I'm hearing. And installing a road base first would give us something that we can use, that can help us develop that side of town, that can alleviate some other challenges. But as far as the big picture goes, is this something that we could design and build out, maintain a master plan, if you will, and then build it out in phases, which will also help us in our funding efforts?
So regarding to the Tarrant County's perspective, is kind of like this, I guess, project description that fits that mold. And so if you try to phase it out, this is kind of a discussion with the county, but trying to phase it out, you're kind of changing the scope necessarily. I think one thing that can definitely save the cost is instead of doing maybe 4 lanes, you're doing 2 lanes, right? Let's say that breaks the cost in half. Now you're going from, hey, if you propose, hey, we're doing a 4-lane overpass with a railroad track, now we're proposing 2 lane, that changes the scope, and therefore the county could say, well, I'm not giving you all this money because you said you're gonna do a 4-lane, now you're doing a 2-lane. And so, yeah, like you said, because the bridge is such a large component of it, there's not much you can do as far as subgrade up to the bridge, because at that point, now you're in bridge zone, and so it's not saving a lot of costs, but.
I guess my question is, I'll be more pointed. My question is, if when you're soliciting support from other entities, right, there's other factors that come into play. If you're not showing a level of seriousness and commitment to the project, also would be a reason for people to not want to commit their efforts to support you. So knowing that it's such a large cost, knowing that there's no way we can take the full debt out to support that project, it's going to require those community partnerships. And what I'm asking is, through installation, still saying, I understand going from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, you can save costs. What I'm saying is, if the plan is always 4 lanes with a bridge, could you not first build it out, the flat work with no bridge, get a road installed? What would that portion of the project cost, as opposed to trying to take on the entire? That makes sense? Is that, I'm talking strategy and execute, and then maybe come to the table with that and seeing if you can solicit more support from other entities, showing that we're going to commit to what we know we can handle versus trying to take down the entire portion.
Sure. Yeah, I think there's some advantages to that. I guess from a design perspective, showing that, commitment to the project is, maybe it is that designed up to 30%, because right now we're just in, study phase, and it's just getting in alignment to prepare, but we haven't actually done any design yet. And so, yeah, showing that show of face of, hey, we're doing a 30% design, like we really want to do this project, hey, they have 30% design, and using that as leverage for additional funding. And so, yeah, there is a component based between the bridge and New Hope Road that is all flat work. There's no bridge there. And so that could be something that could be done to kind of, show that.
Given with what you've already worked on with the 4 lanes, just the flat work itself without a bridge, what's the total, do you know the total cost, what that would be?
Not offhand, but it's probably somewhere like 25, 30% of the project of that 39 million. But I couldn't tell you offhand.
Thank you.
Councilman Navarez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, of course, I'm not too happy about this. I feel like we could have spot checked this a year ago, but I'm a firm believer of rolling with the punches. I guess my biggest concern is, and I disagree with you, Mr. Hull, is I think there is a timing issue here. Putting aside the fact that as of yesterday, the train was stopped on the tracks, and the day before that. So it's an ongoing issue with our citizens on the south side, and we have potentially future development down here. And I see even one of our biggest landowners are in the audience today. So the urgency is there, besides the fact that in 2.5 years, it almost doubled. And if you're paying attention to anything in the market right now, I mean, there is no inflation corrections right now. So even in the near future, I don't see costs coming down. And if you don't watch the market, look at your pocketbook, I think you would understand what I'm talking about every time you go to Kroger. But even if there was inflationary correction in the general market in the United States, North Texas is such a strong development area right now that the cost of construction is not going to go down anytime soon for labor and for materials. So my concern is if we hesitate, it's just going to double again in another 2.5 years. Now, I do want to explore. We have opportunities. I mean, I'm a firm believer, God doesn't close doors and not open another. If we have opportunities here to get other funding to help with that, we should explore it. But they're in no hurry as well because they're giving us money, right? The county is definitely not going to be in a hurry right now if you're not paying attention to Commissioner's Court the last 6 months. And there's no hurry for the rail company as well to give us any urgency as well. But we should explore it. But I think we should at least come back to this within 6 months with another spot check on cost, and just kind of keep up. If we're going to drag our feet, we need to be updated as we go along. And this goes for our other projects going on, the water, the sidewalks. We should spot check this because things are happening out there, and it's going to be expensive. And I understand, let me just make sure I'm clear, the difference we can't afford, right? From what we said last year to this. And so with that in mind, obviously, we don't want to raise our taxes or do anything weird like that. So finding funding is going to be a big deal. Maybe, we spoke about yesterday, getting a grant person on staff is a great idea. I'm going to press that from yesterday as well. But definitely let's explore other funding with it, but we need to be updated within 3 months and then another spot check on the prices.
It's kind of interesting with your comment about a toll. Do you have any experience with that? I'm just curious more than anything.
Not personally, sorry, but yeah, I can definitely get in contact with somebody who has, but yeah, it's not my avenue.
Yeah, it's just interesting comment.
Well, a lot of people don't know that most of the tolls in Texas are not owned by Texans. It's actually owned by companies from like Germany or Japan. So they have the money or the funding or the way to do it right. I'm not sure that I want to put a toll in the middle of a railroad that splits our town in two. And I'm also not sure about breaking it up into different sections as well, because we'll run into the same issue. My concern is like, yeah, we can fund phase 1, phase 2, and then we get to phase 3 and the price goes up and then we have nothing. And then it's going to be one of those projects where you see the cones on the middle of the interstate for 18 years, like 35. And so that's my concern with that as well. So I think we should move forward with the idea that we should fund the whole thing, and who knows what kind of development, what more taxes that would bring, or who knows where our values will be in a couple of years from now as well, as far as property taxes go. But we should move forward with the whole idea, and I'm not a big fan of a toll. Good idea, though.
Hey, Madam Mayor, if I may. So again, not a huge fan of tolls either, but I pay my fair share of them. Quick follow-up question. Is it the price of concrete that has skyrocketed this driving the cost, or is it just everything like we're all facing right now?
Yeah, it's pretty much everything, yeah.
Recently, concrete and asphalt went up, just very recently.
To be clear on the phased approach, what I was suggesting is that you put you build yourself a road you can use, period. So you'd be connected all the way through. It's useful. It adds value. You come back for the bridge, and no matter what we do, putting it off, time is of the essence. It's only going to get more expensive. So there needs to be a sense of urgency in our dealings with counterparts, whoever we're soliciting support from. There needs to be a sense of urgency. We need to produce things that we can bring to the table and show them that we're serious, and gain that support. Grant writing, I'm 100% behind. I've been saying that the past 9 months. But a phased approach to any project, in my opinion, personally and professionally, is always the best approach. It helps you buy time to get the funding you need, and it helps you save long-term costs of putting projects off that you probably shouldn't put off. And as long as you're phasing that out in a way that's sensible and allows you to actually get use out of it per phase, I think that's a smart approach, but just my opinion.
And I agree with you. I'm not saying it's a bad idea either. I'm just, in this particular project, the idea was the bridge. That's the focus.
Correct.
So unless we can fund the bridge first and then the road later, I wouldn't want to phase it out. And that's my biggest concern. We can make a road all we want. We can connect it over, all the way through to Dick Price all we want. But the whole purpose of this, and it's been a long conversation for over a decade around here, was getting a bridge across that railroad. That's the goal. So if we can fund that minimally, I wouldn't mind a phased approach. But unless we can't do that, I think the focus should be the bridge, not the
I
road.
think what we'll do,
An all or nothing with this type of project will leave us in the same spot we've been in. It won't happen.
I think what I'm hearing is that we definitely need to work really diligently on getting the funding, and then come back to council with the additional funding for us to move forward, whether it's in phases or the whole project or whatever. Even if it's in phases, we're still going to need to go out and get additional funding. So we'll keep everyone updated, and we'll definitely, we've actually already met. I was with Michael Morris at a meeting recently, and Victor Vandergriff, and they're aware of this need that we have, and we'll be meeting with them very soon and see if we can get some additional funding from them.
One more, if I can get some direction for, particularly for Freeze and Nichols. One of the comments was the 30% rule on our design. Is that something that you have an interest in, that we can move forward on that design concept? So at least we have maybe a little bit more understanding where we're at? Or is it something that you kind of just want to put the brakes on until we get further discussions with other entities to help fund it?
Well, I personally am not saying put brakes on anything. I'm just saying that based on the information that we currently have, we definitely need to go out and get more funding. So until we have that, I mean, I would actually kind of leave that up to you. I'm not really sure if we move forward with that.
The reason why I was indicating with the 30%, we're not there now.
Okay.
The design factor is not, we'll just come out, put the location of the road, the direction of the road. The design factor is the next phase as we go forward, which is going to cost more funding to get there.
Right, so I guess the question is that going to reduce that number, the 39 million? Or is that going to give us a better number?
It'll give us a better number, and it could potentially reduce the number too. Not saying it could also go up too, but there's definitely opportunity for it to go down if we have a more detailed design, at least the start of any more detailed design.
The design costs are part of the project regardless. Is that a correct statement?
Correct, yeah.
That regardless if
And
you.
that 40 million
work, is
included
the
design
cost
work as
included
well.
in the project, in the budget for it.
But we're talking about 1.2 million, right?
I'm sorry.
We're talking about 1.2 million is the 30% of 40 million? Is that what we're?
No, the 1.2 that was in that was for the full design, like from 0 to 100%. But yeah, only doing 30% design will be some portion of that.
I guess my
Maybe if
question
we
is,
could
we're
have the
doing
number on that.
30% of 39 million, correct?
Not
Just 30% of the design.
Thank you.
If it's okay, would it be okay for Freeze and Nichols to come back or give more detailed information on the cost of just being able to move forward to this point on the design factor,
On the
design
30%.
phase?
How much is it going to cost to produce a 30%?
Well, that's one
He doesn't
I'm
have that.
requesting.
We'd have to
give him
prepare-
more time.
Yeah, we'd have to prepare a proposal and actually develop
What,
that.
you've indicated that you guys have had some engagements, interactions with potential partners on this. What's the feedback?
We've just met with them to ask them to meet with us. We've not met with them.
So there's not been detailed discussion on this
Correct.
project specifically?
Correct.
In my experience, when you're reaching out for community partners and projects, especially projects this size, there's a great benefit to having, being able to present your vision.
Right.
You're getting them to buy into it and building excitement around it. So that's one of those things that kind of shows a level of commitment. So I just would encourage
that
that's
has been
definitely the
done.
direction that we need to go to be able
Yeah.
to get the support that we need.
Yeah, we definitely have that information because it's been presented to Tarrant County. Tarrant County has awarded us the 50%. We have the design on it, so we definitely have enough information to have those meetings for sure. Do you want Freeze and Nichols to come back with a price on the 30%? Yes?
Okay.
Yes? Yes.
Okay.
I'm getting a yes. Yes.
I mean,
That was
I
your
said, like I
question.
said, roll with the punches with it. And we do need to move forward and take. Chris, right, we should present something like a vision if we're going to go ask for money.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a big one. So we're going to move to work session item number 3, which is Safe Route to School. Shield is here. Max is here to present that. Hi, Max. Welcome. Yeah, not yet.
There we go.
There
Can
we
you hear
go.
me? Perfect. Hey, everybody. My name is Max Aronson. I work with Shield Engineering. We're the city engineers for the city of Canada. I know haven't met all of y'all, but looking forward to working with y'all going forward. So I wanted to, I guess, present kind of where we're at with the Safe Routes to School project and what our next steps are going forward. So currently, I think on tonight's agenda, we've actually got the contract to approve Fane Group. It's a contractor to actually construct the project. As of now, we have official approval from TxDOT to move forward with construction. So that is great news. We have a meeting with them on, I believe, Thursday of this week to discuss kind of like the next steps and what steps we need to take to actually get these guys mobilized and moving and get dirt moving and get these sidewalks installed. I think ultimately, best case scenario, we can probably start construction mid-May, but let's probably say June, middle of June. Goal is to start them during the summer, obviously, so we can at least get as much as we can out of the way while the school's out of session, and to get them hopefully cleared of the school facilities in advance of August before school picks back up again for next school year. So in general, I think the project is moving forward finally with TxDOT. I think we're finally getting through all the hiccups and all the hangups that we've been dealing with for the past couple of years. And we are definitely moving forward with the project. So good news.
That's very, very good news. So do you remember when this originally started? Do you happen to remember the date or the year?
Yes, yes. So the year it started actually predates me, and it started in 2018 when the planning department first approached NECOG to prepare the grant on behalf of the city of Kennedale. That started in 2018. It took, I want to say, about 6 months to a year of negotiations with NECOG before NECOG actually formally submitted the application on behalf of the city of Kennedale to TxDOT through their, I believe it was still called a Transportation Initiatives Program back then, the TIA agreement, which helps build pedestrian facilities, including sidewalks, bike paths, that kind of stuff. Or depending on the year, they either focus on large metropolitan areas or they focus on rural areas. So I think that year was more of the metropolitan area. And that's when we got it, or when we first applied for the step one of the application. Following that, I think we got approved to begin step two. So it was a two-part application process. 2018 was the first one. 2019 comes around, 2020, everything kind of slows down for about a year. We finally got approval in 2020, I believe, to move forward with the step two application, which was a little bit more refined design, kind of like what Sydney was talking about with the 30% design. That's where we moved forward with, and that actually got us through the goal line to get the full funding for the project. And that happened, I think, finally approval in 2020.
So that's why a lot of times we'll hear citizens say, where's this project at? We've been working. This is why it's not, we're delaying it. It's just sometimes how long projects take when you're dealing with other people's money. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. So there's no such thing as free money, and it definitely takes time to get money. But obviously, there's plenty of grants out there, and we're excited to finally see this one getting built so the citizens can see it, their money in action.
So tonight, so this is, it looks like the project is at $1.4 million.
Correct.
And 80% is being funded, 20% is ours, right? It's an 80-20?
So when the project was originally scoped, again, back in 2018, that's when the prices were finalized. So at that time, the estimate was about $1.2 million. Obviously, we factored in contingency factors to try to escalate it because we all thought it was going to take 2 or 3 years to get completed. So at that time, we got the 80-20 split. So today, since that 1.2 turned into 1.4, the city's really going to be on the hook for a little bit more, closer to about $600,000. TxDOT, I've got the number right here, and I say TxDOT, but it's technically federal money. It's $883,000 is allocated for construction for this project. And the way the funding works is the city will pay the contractor at the end of each month, and based on whatever they pay, say they pay $100,000, TxDOT will then reimburse the city $80,000 of that. So it's not like they pay everything up front until they run out. They pay 80% until they run out each month.
Perfect. Very good. Anyone have questions on this?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, absolutely. So I kind of wanted to go into what the next steps are, because ultimately, yes, the city's got the money, but getting reimbursed is also the next step that you guys have to do. So there's a series of documents and facility agreements that the city has to, I guess, keep up with to formally get reimbursed. I know some of you all might have been around whenever we did the RTR sidewalks project along the Parkway. I think that started in about 2012. We had some hiccups getting reimbursement for that, or the city did. So I think this time around, we're working to make sure that the city gets reimbursed on a monthly basis going forward. So with that, there's a number of steps that TxDOT requires for the city to, I guess, track, to submit on a monthly basis before they can get reimbursed. So with that, the city is actually looking at getting a third-party inspector to formally be on site on a day-to-day basis to keep track of quantities accurately, keep track of what materials. One of the big things that TxDOT looks for is everything's American-made, American produced, and American supplied. So that means all the steel, all the cement, admixtures, all that kind of stuff that goes in construction is American sourced. And all of that has to be tracked daily by an inspector. So it is definitely a lot of upfront work that the inspector and the city team has to do to keep track of everything. Because if you don't provide all that information on a month-to-month basis to TxDOT, they're going to say, you're not getting reimbursed this month. So there is definitely some effort and work that the city staff, as well as a third-party inspector that we're currently working with the City of Kennedale's Public Works Department to hire right now, to actually make sure all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, to make sure that the city does get reimbursed on a timely basis.
So, so that's additional cost to us then, paying for a third party through this. Do we have a dollar amount on that?
As of now, I'm still working with Christian on dollar amounts. I can give a rough estimate, about $100,000 to $150,000 for, and that is with the assumption an inspector's out on site about 4 hours a day for the 7-month duration that this project's going to be in construction.
So we're adding 100 to 150,000 to our 600. So now we're up to like 850
Correct.
to the 883 that we're getting.
Yeah.
Councilman Navarez? Your face.
I know, I'm processing.
No, I
So
understand.
3 months for the project, roughly
Correct.
2.5. And then.
Oh, sorry, 7 months for the project.
Oh, 7 months, okay.
Correct.
And then approximately how long will it take for TxDOT to pay us monthly to where it covers the 800,000?
So we've actually done one of these projects for the city of Burleson in the past. So we have some experience in dealing with this. As long as everything is perfectly covered, as in the reimbursement documents and the documents that the inspector produces on a month-to-month basis, and we're making sure we hire an inspector with specific credentials and experience in doing this to make it as seamless as possible. What I hear is if I pay the contractor in August, TxDOT will reimburse you in September. So it's about a 30-month delay. Because I think one of the tricks, or one of the things that TxDOT looks at is, did that check get cut by the city of Kennedale and sent to the contractor? And then that's one of the last steps. Once that check is cut, then you can send, hey, TxDOT, I paid the contractor $100,000. Where's my 80% of that $100,000?
Thank you for clearing that up.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Griffith? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilman Glover?
So just to go back on the numbers, in the DocuSign, it has local participation at 406, but then I heard 8.
So that was based on, again, the original estimate of the $1.2 million for construction back in 2018. So since cost of construction has increased, that 1.2 is now 1.4, so that 400, add that extra 200,000, you get about $600,000 that the city would be on the hook for. Because the TxDOT, once they've committed that $800,000, they're not going to increase it.
Right, okay. It's doubled, but we don't have it doubled on here. It does look good, though, thank you. And I think circling the drawing of the different sidewalks is great. Is getting the 80% federal participation, I know you said they kind of oscillate between rural and then non-rural. Is that usually 2-3 years turnaround?
You're talking about, like, I guess the project as a whole?
Just some funding in general. So we have other areas around the town that we want to improve our sidewalks and walkability. That's one of our stated goals, is to make the town more walkable. If we can get someone to pay for it, that's always nice.
Absolutely.
So if there's other opportunities to get someone else to fund that, we're happy to have those conversations.
So I'll say that we did do a similar project for another municipality, I think in 2020, where you applied through the same, I guess, program, you would say. So this one is particular, and it all comes from federal funding, and then it goes to the states, and the states allocate it. So the federal funding for that grant that we applied for was specifically to service schools. So that's why the sidewalks in this area are between the 2 elementary schools, and that's a big, I guess, rating criteria for that specific grant that we acquired. Now, for your other question in regards to other sidewalk projects, there are other opportunities out there. I don't know about this year or what the yearly cycle is. About 2 years ago, we did one for a very rural community, an application for them. That one wasn't intended for schools. It was through the same program, but it was intended for more so revitalizing like downtown districts and things like that. But ultimately, it was kind of like the same program that TxDOT administers. They go through funding cycles, different criteria. It all kind of depends on, what the federal government money, I guess, reg rules they set each year or every other year, and those are then passed down to the states for them to ensure that they're followed, if that kind of makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
There might be funding for sidewalk projects that we're gonna get through, like COG, but they have the walkability projects that we have to go and submit application through COG, that you may have connections and fill in the gaps in the sidewalk, so to speak.
I'm sorry, Christian, are you saying we will need to do that, or we have done that?
No, we'll need to do that.
Still need to do it, okay.
Yes, basically, we have to find a grant writer, like we say, to look for those kind of grant from COG or from TxDOT. But they do have walkability programs and where you could find for grants that would fill in your gaps where you're missing sidewalks.
Thank you.
Like for instance, the hammock out there by the Burger King, we have that missing piece of sidewalk that would tie into the parkway. That's where that come in, we fill in the gap.
That'd be great.
You read my mind.
Yeah.
We see kids and everyone walking out in the sublet around the corner because there's no sidewalk at that point.
Yeah, and if you guys have like a project or an area that you guys are, I guess, interested in, that's definitely something there's a whole committee at NetCog for establishing connectivity routes, especially with like pedestrian facilities and bicycle paths. There's a committee, and I go to their meetings every few months in regards to it. It's always a great idea. I know the people on NetCog, we can tell them, hey, we've got this project. Is there any sort of funding or grant opportunity that would fit, I guess, this specific scenario? And they've been helpful in the past. So now, again, I can't guarantee that there is something. It just kind of is case by case basis, and they always depends on the weighting criteria of said grant and stuff too. But there's always opportunities out there if for projects, I would say.
Thank you, Max. And my only wrap on this is, since this is Safe Walks to School and it is a school project, I was always confused why the school wasn't partnering with us and the cost of this. But so if you're listening, school, we're still available to partner if you'd like to. But it looks like it finally is going. So thank you so much. That's really, really good news. Mid-May to mid-June, right, is when it's going to start, with the final in August.
No. So it's going to be a 7-month duration contract.
Okay.
So we're expecting starting May, June timeframe. So
Right.
hopefully it'll be done December, January timeframe.
December, January. Okay, so what was the final August that I wrote down?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't
Okay,
recall.
so
saying August.
mid-May, mid-June start time.
That's my
And a
anticipation.
December final.
Yes, so 7 months after start is when the project is supposed to be completed.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you for that. It's
Absolutely.
good news.
Great.
Thank you, Max. Lots of, some not so good and some good news. All right, we'll move to let's see. If it's okay with you, Christian, I'm going to move number 5 before yours, because you don't have, the group that's going to present is not here, correct?
No, they're going to be online.
Oh, they're going to be online.
Yeah, so they're going to be streaming from Florida.
Okay, perfect. Then we'll go ahead and get them online, because I do have our auditor here, that I was going to put him first, but since they're waiting for us,
Yeah, and I think they're online. So back last year, we requested a survey, and the council approved that last budget year. And we did finally have the survey done early March. So Mustafa with IMS and Marcella going to be presenting an overview of what the survey entails and some of the data that they gather. And then from then on, we're going to start massaging that data to show what we could do for the city to run reports and give us some budget requirements for paving streets and overlays. So if Mustafa, if you're ready, just hop on in.
welcome. I don't know if you can see us, but we can see you. Can you hear us? Technology's great.
I believe your microphone might be on mute.
We can't hear you.
Ross, can you unmute him from your side?
Can we send him a message or a chat message?
Hello, can
Okay,
you hear me?
there we go.
Oh, awesome, great. I'm so sorry about it. For some reason, the Zoom wasn't letting me to unmute myself, so I think it should have been done on your end. So can you hear me now, okay?
Yes.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much. So
You
let
increase
me,
the volume?
That's as loud as
Okay.
okay, I try to speak louder. Can you now
Yes,
hear?
please, thank
Okay?
you.
Absolutely. So let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, so I'm not sure how big this screen is in the room, but I try to explain as I go. My name is Mustafa Nakai. I'm the representing IMS Pavement Condition Survey. I've been with in this industry pretty much for the last 12 years, doing the same thing, and I have a PhD in pavement management. And I will be presenting our finding and result for the City of Kennedale Condition Data Survey. A little bit overview of IMS and agenda of today's presentation. I try to make it really, really short, about 10 minutes. So I start with the IMS ICC introduction, and then I will talk about the City of Kennedale inventory and condition summary. We then talk about the PCI score, or pavement condition index scores for the city, and the summary of these PCI scores for different functional classifications. For example, the arterials, collector roads, local roads, what their conditions are, and what are the specifics about them. We also have some slides regarding the asphalt roads and concrete roads, how they compare against each other and which one is in better shape. And also a little bit discussion about the roughness and how rough the roads are. And finally, I will compare the city of Kennedale with some benchmarks, national averages, and things of that nature. So to start with, for the city of Kennedale a pavement survey, we deployed our state-of-the-art technology built proudly in the United States. It's called Laser Crack Measurement System, or LCMS2 technology. And you can see some graphics on upper right that it actually detects, using a laser technology, cracks, that detect cracks at the surface, not only cracks, but also potholes, rotting, any sort of distresses are detected using these lasers. We do have what we call 360 cameras and LiDARs in some of our equipments as well. So in future, if you are interested in sidewalk surveys or any type of assets that can be seen from the right of way, we can actually do the same thing with all other assets as well. However, the presentation for today specifically is focuses on the pavement side. All right, so moving really down to the inventory. So upper left image shows the distribution of different functional classification within the city of Kennedale. As you can see, about 60% of the roads are locals, 25% arterials, and about 15% are collector roads. And as you can see on the bottom left image, the concrete portion of the network is about 62%, which is kind of typical for the state of Texas. We see a lot of concretes in Texas and about 37% asphalt. So in this table, I present a lot of information, but I want to specifically pay attention to 3 metrics, starting from bottom roughness index, which is the indication of the bumpiness of the roads, or how rough the roads are. And as you can see, for the city of Kennedale, currently it is sitting at 59 for the entire network. And I do have breakdowns for arterials, collectors, and local roads, while on average, the roughness index is 59. Then I do have another metrics, which is called surface distress index, and that's based on ASTM D6433 specifications. And as you can see, the city of Kennedale currently have a SDI score of 74. An SDI score is a score that we give to a surface based on how, in simple terms, bad it looks like, how many potholes it has, how many alligator cracking, amount of cracking, all of that. We combine all of that information into one score from 0 to 100, with 100 being the best and 0 being a failed segment. And finally, using these 2 metrics, we combine them into a score that we call a PCI score, or Pavement Condition Index. And currently, the entire network has a PCI score of 69 out of 100. So moving on to this graph, this particular graph shows the distribution of City of Kennedale Pavement Condition Index. And as you can see, about 23% of the city's network is at in excellent category, meaning they are either brand new or very nice to drive. And we do have a little bit large portion of very poor and poor pavements. As you can see, that's what we call a backlog. And usually very poor and poor pavements are very expensive to repair, usually require reconstruction. And as you know, the cost of reconstruction also increased a lot in these recent years. And we want to keep these very poor and poor categories as low as possible. And we will be working with Public Works Director Christian in particular to kind of focus our attention to very poor and poor pavements for the next 5 years. Moving on, to the next graph, we do have a comparison, again, the distribution of pavement condition index for asphalt network and for PCC network. And as you can see, the blue series in this graph represent concrete condition. And we do have a lot of very good and excellent concrete roads. But if you look closer to the asphalt, which is the red series in this graph, you can see a large portion of very poor and poor asphalts are actually belong to asphalt pavements. And that's kind of good news because concretes are usually more expensive to repair. And we can deal with asphalt in some scenarios better than concrete because of the costs. And that would be something that we'll be working closely with public work directors and the city to kind of target our scenarios in the next 5 years to manage those very poor and poor categories and optimize the solution for the entire network. Moving on to the next graph, I do have the same information, but for different functional classifications, meaning arterial, this the pavement condition index for arterials, collector, and local roads. You can see these are all represented by different colors. Really, the takeaway on this graph is overall, we want to have kind of the same distribution across different functional classifications. Because you want to distribute your money or funding across all of these all of these functional classification about the same, so that you have a consistent network, consistent in terms of pavement conditions. And it looks like City of Kennedale has done a great job of keeping that consistency across different functional classifications. And we want to make sure to continue that practice moving forward as well. Speaking of the keeping everything consistent, I want to discuss about what we call a surface distress distribution by roughness. And it's a little bit more complicated graph, but I try my best to explain it. For now, let's only focus on the red series in this graph. And this red series represent all of the rough roads that exist in the network. So starting, let's say, starting from this category, you can see we have a lot of almost brand looking roads that are actually rough to drive, all the way to roads that are very poor and poor that are rough to drive. So overall, we see a higher distribution in very poor and poor category, meaning the roads that are failed or in needs of reconstruction are rougher to drive. That is expected. However, something that I want to point out is this, that I was talking with the city a few weeks ago about that. One little concern is this category where on brand new pavements, we have some good amount of rough roads. And that's something we will target for our planning with the city. But it could have several reasons that why we see a rough roads on kind of new roads. And one reason is the city has a lot of concretes, and concretes are usually rougher to drive. That's kind of inherent part of the concrete construction. However, there could be cases that the contractors don't pay attention or don't follow the standard practice for pavement implementation, and that leads to rougher roads on brand new roads. And maybe city can adopt some practices or some specification from DOTs or other agencies to kind of incentivize contractors to also pay attention to roughness index, because not only it is important for the citizens to drive on a smooth roads, but also it impacts the pavement. So the rougher roads usually deteriorate faster. And that was about roughness. And we do have other distribution for marginal and smooth roads. And as you can see, for example, for smooth roads, majority of the smooth roads are in very good and excellent roads, which is expected. And finally, in my last slide, I want to talk about a few metrics of health regarding the city. So this is the same exact slide that I showed earlier on. And I want to talk about the percent of excellent roads. At IMS and ICC, we strongly recommend our clients and cities to keep the amount of their excellent roads above 15%. And the city of Kennedale passed that criteria with around 23%, which is great. Another factor is the amount of backlog. And usually we recommend, it depends on the cities, but overall we recommend the backlog to be strictly below 15%. Again, the city of Kennedale passed that criteria. However, it's also passing it by a marginal amount. We want to make sure that backlog keeps as low as possible. To give you another number, the IMS works with a lot of cities throughout the nation. Currently, we have around 110 cities that we are working on. And by taking the average for the backlog, which is this, again, summation of very poor and poor categories in the network, and that average is 9%. So the city of Kennedale, on that perspective, is higher than national average. Again, we will be working with the city to make sure to kind of target those areas that needs improvement. And finally, the last but not the least, the criteria for the city is the national average for the pavement condition index itself. Currently, the city of Kennedale has the PCI score of 69. The national average is 65, and the threshold that we recommend is also 65. So in that perspective, city of Kennedale passes all of the matrices of health that we define. But again, we will be working more closely to target very poor and poor pavement as we continue working with the city. And with that, I want to open up for the questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is Jan Joplin, the mayor, and we'll go around and we'll have each councilman ask you questions. But I'd like to start out, do you have a street by street for us as far as the specific direction for us on the
Yes.
streets that you surveyed?
Yes, we do have a street by street. In fact, we do have a portal that the city, anyone in the city can sign up and see the imagery, all of the laser measurement, laser crack measurements, everything, and the score for each road. And we'll be working with the city to come up with a 5-year plan, including the rehabilitation activities that needs to be done for each and specific segments or blocks of the road.
Okay, so that'll
But,
be in another meeting, is that, okay, okay, all right,
Yeah,
excellent.
this was more of like a broader kind of summary, executive summary, but we do have detailed information for each block. In fact, in our equipment, which I showed here, we can capture anything with the resolution of 1 millimeter. So anything essentially wider than 1 millimeter, we can capture it. Any cracks, any dust on the road, any a rock on the road, we capture all of that, like man-made objects. And we do have the same service for sidewalks and other assets as well. But this is just focusing on the pavements.
Can you go back to page 13? It was a little bit hard for me to hear, so I'm just going to ask you a question on page 13, which was the surface distress slide. Yes, that's it.
Yes.
You were saying were you saying rock growth?
Roughness.
Rough.
Roughness, yes.
Oh, the rough. Okay. All right.
Yeah. The roughness is to put it.
Okay.
Yeah, to put it really simple is, let's say you're driving from home to office, like, and you're holding up a cup of coffee from Starbucks. How much coffee is gonna spill on you in the way to the office? And that's kind of indication of how rough the roads or how bumpy the roads are. And these slides are kind of showing that perspective.
Okay, I probably, if, we didn't have the slide on paper, I might been able to read that, but, so thank you for clarifying that. So it's roughness, and that you are recommending that we put some new practices in place for our contractors to follow that as we move forward with the new roads. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I'm going to move this along. I'm going to start with Councilman Navarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few questions. Maybe you just kind of sum it up and put it in plain text for some of us. So in general, we have great roads, correct?
Fair.
Well, you're saying fair and he's saying correct.
The average is 69 to, what's that average, national average, and what was it, like 65?
National
I saw
average is
75.
the national average is 65, and the city is at 69.
Okay,
So we are good.
so we're pretty good. And then in general, we have what, 65% asphalt and 35%, I'm sorry, 65% concrete and 35% asphalt, correct?
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah.
Humor me. And then of that, the asphalt is more wear and tear than, I'm sorry, am I saying that? Yeah, than the
Exactly,
concrete.
yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then just to clarify one more question, you said in the future, if we wanted to do projects like sidewalks, we can use the same information that we got this time, or you would have to
No,
come back?
it would be a separate service that we actually have equipment for the sidewalks, that they drive the sidewalks, we identify the location that there are trip hazard or things of that nature, or from this, if you want to have like a ADA compliance type information, if you would like to just create an inventory, we can actually grab that from the imagery that we take from our equipment, but that would be a separate contract. It
Okay, and
hasn't
then
been
the information
scoped
that
in
you
this.
presented today in your PowerPoint, this is the information we can get through the portal? Or, and more?
Yes.
Okay.
Just the pavement side, yes.
I'll pass, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Councilman Griffith?
Just to be clear, that what we're seeing here, what you just presented, can we have that emailed to us for our review, this portion?
I could do that for you.
Okay, and then the additional information that was discussed that could be accessed through a portal, can we hang that information on our city website so it's accessible to our residents as well?
We could. But there's some proprietary information that we'll have to sign off from IMS.
So it's available to us, but maybe not citizens?
Why is that?
We saying it could be.
We paid the bill.
I don't know. I guess, Mustafa, could you answer that question about the proprietary information, because we think about sharing it to the public?
We can share any information that you are comfortable with. We can definitely share those information. As far as the proprietary information, we actually process all of that through our system. So these data actually all of that can be published and be presented to the council. In fact, we do have some clients like City of Long Beach in California that have everything in a web-based format, and they actually contracted us to create that web portal for them as well. So everything I presented, you can actually see that in the Long Beach, California portal as well. So we are fine with it, to just give you a short answer. And yeah, and we can also actually help you with some web portal if you prefer.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I'm sorry, were you finished? Okay, one more.
So looking at this information, the data we have here, you have this slide is actually perfect, but you have the poor, very poor, marginal fair. So when we're looking at strategy and how we're going to address our roads, one of the questions I have is how far from poor, like, how far are these roads apart from falling into the next category? So let's say we strategize and we're working specifically on doing road repairs and resurfacing and things of that nature for the very poor and poor. How far away are the marginals from falling into that category?
Great question. So if you look at the table on the right, it actually gives you the PCI score ranges. So very poor goes from 0 to 25, 25 to 40 is poor, 40 to 50 is marginal. So let's say a segment, a block in the road is 51, has a PCI score of 51. So if you put all of the funding resources to kind of repair very poor and poor, then that marginal in couple of years goes into poor and very poor really quickly. So then it's a catch-up game. Like you spend all of your resources to fix very poor and poor segments, and then your marginal or fair goes into poor and very poor. And that's what we use. That's why we use an optimization model to kind of get the best model that gets you the most optimized funding resources. So we actually go through a practice with the city and a software called ESA, Easy Street Analysis, that actually optimize the funding level for the city. So it's like the pavement deteriorates over time and we want to capture that deterioration. So let's say if a segment is 51 and a rule of thumb pavements deteriorate 2 points a year. So you can imagine like a segment in marginal in a couple of years, if it has a PCI score of 51, it goes into poor and it becomes really, really expensive for the city to fix that because the rehab activities in very poor and poor is very different than marginal. In marginal and fair, you can do mill and overlay, but when it gets to very poor and poor, your choices are limited to maybe reconstruction. And that's something we actually consider as part of our planning.
So you indicated that you have a breakdown, like a road by each road broken out. So
Yes.
in that report, we'll actually see the number, the specific number rating for that road. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
Mayor Pro Tem?
To add what Councilman Griffin was saying, so would this actually break down the 100 blocks for each road? Because I know there's some roads that, you know, some have been done right, some have been done wrong. There's one area on like Mansfield Cardinal and Jeff, what street do you live on? Winter, what is the entrance?
I'm on Estates. There's Wintercrest right there.
I know the road rises and falls through the weather, so, I mean, you might have a dip, and there's been a couple of cars that actually hit it and went into the neighborhood and took out a brick fence because
Yeah, Sandra's
of
house.
the dip, yeah. So, I mean, so we can actually look at the road and say, okay, well, this 100 block has a problem, and it's because of the base or movement or water or something. There's something moving the road. So,
Yeah, my neighborhood is all clay, so yes,
Right.
it does move.
but I'm talking about the entrance to your neighborhood.
Yeah, it's all clay. It moves all the time.
Right. I mean, it's a 2-foot drop sometimes, and sometimes it levels out. It just depends on the weather.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
something I
it's
just wanna-
basically going to break down per 100 blocks. So Mansfield Cardinal, we can do from the 200 block all the way up to 7,300. Is that what the last one is? So we'll be able to sit down and break down the streets, saying this 100 block is alligating, this one needs dire repair, or some of this poor condition, you know, the road itself. I mean, one road might be good, but then that one section might be bad. I would like to see the streets
Exactly.
all broke down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's
I-
going to be available, but you're right. We could repair roads by segment. We could do from block A to block B, B to C is in fair condition. We could skip that and we could go to D to E. So, and we have that kind of information. So we could use that and run a report and run an analysis, and it could tell us this street between this segment needs work now. This one, you might need work in 6 months.
Like I said, I'm just kind of curious which one is very poor and poor.
Hey, Mustafa, if you don't mind, could you pull up that slide with the streets and by distresses?
Like in
You
this
have that handy?
PowerPoint, you're talking about the Excel document that we went through, or?
Yes, that has a summary of all the street by blocks.
Yeah, let me see if I have that here. I believe this one is, I'm not sure how small the Excel sheet is, but to answer a question, for example, you can see, let's pick a street from here, and you can see that this is from the on a street from and to, and you can, if
You
I
may need to
scroll,
reshare the Excel spreadsheet.
Can you share the spreadsheet on the screen? It's locked in right now on the PowerPoint that you had.
let me reshare again. Can you see the Excel sheet?
Yes,
Yeah, we
thank
got
you.
it down.
Awesome. Great. Let me actually do a quick freeze pane. And here is the list of streets. So this is the unique identifier, but for GIS purposes, but on a street from and to's. And then if I scroll to the right, I can see here the scores that we were talking about, like SDI score based on ASTM D6433. This is a objective, repeatable measurement. So for example, this particular block has a SDI 65. The roughness index, which is the bumpiness of the roads, is 44. And the PCI score is 58, which is the weighted average of the two. So that's kind of one block in the city. So I can kind of move over and I can see that's Butterfly from Harrison to Shady Oaks. And I can see the length of that segment. For example, the length is 355 feet. The width is 30 feet. And I can even see what type of distresses or defects existed in that road. And I can actually scroll to the right and show you those information. So I can see there were some ruttings here, some longitudinal land transfers cracking, alligator cracking, edge cracking, and nothing, everything else. I didn't see potholes. For example, this particular road had a lot of potholes. So that's kind of safety concern, right? So you can easily filter out the segments with a lot of potholes from this spreadsheet and do stopgap rehabs or activities on those particular roads. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Council-
So basically, when he's talking about alligator, it's just, we have a crack sealer that we could be using on some of these roads, right?
Well, if you use a crack sealer, your roughness is going to increase. Because anytime you put a crack seal now, you have like a little Band-Aid. So anytime you ride on that, you're going to get this. So your roughness is going to increase. It's just your deterioration is going to decrease.
Okay, thanks.
Councilman Glover?
Hi, Mustafa. Quick question. So the data that we have on the screen is great, and there's a lot to it. Will you also be producing say, a Google map view, similar to how that shows the traffic, green, yellow, red? Will we see something similar to that in your final presentation, or what you're going to give Christian? It kind of gives us just a 20,000-foot view of where you identify problems in the city.
Yes, we do. Actually, that's a great question. We do provide GIS maps that you can see everything from the map view. Like you can zoom into the segment, it's color coded. So green usually represent like brand new roads, red represent failed pavements. So you with one look, you would be able to see all of that information. And as part of our final report, we actually provide that to the council.
Perfect, thank you. And then just more of a neat data point to combine with that would be our Director of Community Development, Nathan, mentioned that he has some data around traffic usage throughout the city. That came up in the development meeting a few weeks ago. We combine that with this to say, okay, here's the bad roads and here's where people are at more often. That would be two good data points to bring together and say, here's where we should focus our efforts. And then my last question is for Christian. So Christian, yesterday you mentioned you're requesting about $3 million for the Peggy Lane improvements. Was that request based on data from Mustafa's company or something else?
No, that's based on the current rate for, let's say, concrete.
I'm sorry, the ask to do the Peggy Lane improvement, the road, was that based on data from this report from Mustafa or just?
No, that's based from my knowledge and my driving through the city here and measuring the amount of lane miles. Because right now, my calculation, I have 51 lane miles. The survey has 49, so I'm off by my measurements.
Okay. And if we were to look at Mustafa's report for Peggy Lane, would it be the worst? Would it be in the very poor category?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mustafa.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll look forward to all the rest of the information, the portal, and really being able to dive into this. But thank you so much. Appreciate you being available tonight. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Christian.
Mustafa, thank you. I will keep in touch.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, just to be clear, I would love to get a little packet, and it could be an email with all this information and exactly what Dave was asking for as well, and also the top 10 list to be updated on the 10 worst roads in Kennedale. And then I'm happy to agree with Councilman Griffin about putting that on the website. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll put that on May's agenda.
One more quick question. When was this study done?
March. First or second week of March. So it was recent.
Okay. I was just looking at Colette Sublet. It's way worse than what it was before, but that's okay.
And I'll get you all this information.
You're not a censor, sir.
That
all
spreadsheet that he's
dirt now.
talking about, I'm gonna get you all that. I'll send it to all your emails. You're gonna see
Presentation.
graphs.
Perfect.
But like you mentioned, this is not massages yet. This is just preliminary. And, and like he alluded to, also the concrete street that we have, the arterial, the collectors, those are that's rated good. It's because Bowman Spring, Little School Road, all the new concrete roads, that's why we have a good rating on the concrete street. But if you consider all the poor street is all your residential streets.
Interior, exactly. All right, thank you so much. It's a beginning. It's definitely a beginning. All right, we're going to move right to number 5. Thank you so much, Kevin, for staying here at 7 o'clock. I tried to move you around sooner, but appreciate your patience. So we're going to move into work session number 7. We're going to receive the independent auditor's comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending 2023. Yes, number 5.
Just real quickly from the finance department, I just want to express some appreciation to Kevin and his team. We had Tyler, Kelsey, and Lance all working with us, and we appreciate their patience and their professionalism going through this. So, Kevin?
Madam Mayor, Council, Management, thank you for having me tonight.
For being here.
For those that were on the council last year, I was here in June, so we're here 2 months earlier. And so do want to thank John and his team for, speeding up that process. The audit went very well this year. get off that. And so, yeah, I just wanted to thank them for that. As you'll see, first slide up is probably what y'all want to know. We came in and did our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. Based on our audit, we believe that these financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So clean, unmodified opinion on your financial statements. So that's the highest level of assurance that auditors give. And so happy to present that to you all. The second bullet point, as part of the audit, we do look at your internal controls over financial reporting. So how do you process payroll? How do you process, your day-to-day accounts payable? And also how you receipt cash from your revenue sources. It's not an in-depth study of internal controls, so we're not given an opinion on your controls, but we do look at your key controls, we test them, make sure that they are operating as designed, and happy to report that there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in your internal controls over financial reporting. We do have certain required communications to those charged with governance. If you do look at your full-blown annual comprehensive financial report, your significant accounting policies are described in Note 1 to the audited financial statements. I think that the overall audit report is probably over 90 pages. So for those that do not enjoy reading financial statements like I do, there is a management discussion and analysis at the beginning of the report. It's 8 to 10 pages that kind of gives you a summary highlight of what happened in 2023 compared to 2022. And kind of talks about the major fluctuations and variances. Also kind of gives you a quick synopsis of all of your capital assets and all of your outstanding debt in a clear, concise manner. Y'all did adopt a couple of new standards this year. The standard setting board for governments has been in overdrive the past 4 or 5 years. So you adopted GASB 94 and GASB 96 this year. Did not have any impact on your financial statements, but it did take your team's undertaking of going through and analyzing all of your information technology contracts, as well as your leases and other contracts with vendors to make sure that none of those were within the scope of the standard. We don't think you have any unusual policies or methods as far as accounting principles are concerned, nor did we note any alternative accounting treatments. All financial statements do have estimates and management judgments. We've listed here the 4 or 5 areas that we pay particular attention to. The 2 big ones are obviously the net pension liability and your total other post-employment benefit liability related to retiree insurance. TMRS does both of those plans. They hire actuaries to do those studies. We go in and evaluate things like the discount rate, the long-term rate of return, things of that nature. Have no issues with those. Again, we're just pointing these out for your benefit. And again, from financial statement disclosures, somebody outside of the city or a citizen looks at your financial statements, there are detailed disclosures on your net pension liability, how that's calculated, what the amount is, as well as OPEB liability, and you do have some leases that are included as well. Again, nothing to bring your attention to. We think they're all fairly presented and disclosed. It's just something that we think are unique to, or not unique to you all, but something that people may find of interest. So this slide has a lot of information on it. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. We do come in and we did propose several entries this year at the end of the audit or during the audit to make sure that the financial statements were presented fairly. A lot of these you'll see were outsourced to us. Coming into the audit, we knew that the requirement or adjustments needed to be made. It's more out of convenience for us to do it because you keep your books throughout the year basically on a modified accrual basis. The standards want you to go to a full accrual. Like we actually make sure that all of your assets or your infrastructure is on the books that you're in and your government-wide financial statements. And again, for your pension and OPEB, you are making the required contributions that the actuary says you need to make. but the standards make you come in and true that up at year end, so we're having to adjust that liability based on the actuarial study. And there were a couple of uncorrected misstatements. These were mainly items that your team helped us find that probably should have been recorded in a previous year. We cleaned them up in the current year. Will not be a carry forward going forward, but we kind of did summarize those as well. And again, no matters are reportable related to your quality of accounting principles, and we did obviously discuss with management during the process the adoption of the new standards. Luckily, you do not have to adopt anything in 2024, so y'all get a break. You know, I said earlier that there were no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies. We did note a couple of deficiencies. One that we did put in writing is just improving your year-end process. Again, John and his team are relatively new to the process. They'd made great strides during this year, and we've already talked about ways that or other entries that they can make before we get started that kind of makes our process a little more efficient. And I fully expect those to be implemented this year, and we'll probably be here talking to y'all in March next year if I had to guess. So, and this is, I mentioned the management discussion and analysis earlier. This is actually a snapshot within the financial statements. Again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on there. You can kind of see the comparison between 23 and 22. I'm going to highlight a couple of things. You'll see your total assets went from 67.7 million far right to 83.5 million right there in the middle, third line. A lot of that is driven by, at the end of the year, y'all issued debt, about 17 million with the premium. Obviously, that was not spent before year end, so that had a significant increase in your total assets. And then your liabilities also had a like increase, went from 21.2 or 21.3 million to 38.9 million. Again, driven by the debt issuance, plus I talked about the pension earlier. That is evaluated every year at December 31st. So how the market does in a calendar year has a significant impact on your ending net pension liability. Well, this was studied as of December 31st, 22. If you recall, the market was down quite a bit in 22. So your liability actually increased 3.2 million during calendar year 22, primarily driven by the investment return. This doesn't show your general fund, but I know a lot of your decisions are made based off of the general fund. So at the end of the year, total fund balance for general fund was 33.5 million. 3.3 million of that was unassigned. That represents about 33% of your current year general fund expenditures. GFOA's, our Government Finance Officers Association's best practice says you'll at least have 2 months or 16% in unassigned fund balance, so y'all basically doubled that at the end of the year. And then again, this is a snapshot of your income statement for 22 versus 23. Nothing of too much significance there. You will obviously see an increase in taxes and fees. That's generated by your increase in overall property valuations that occurred during 23. You'll see the other line item in revenues, second from the bottom, actually went from 293,000 to 1.2 million. That is driven by your investments. Your cash actually started making money this year, and so it was a nice gain on your investment portfolio. Expenses, you may see a decrease, or you will see a decrease in your business type activities, 5.8 down to 5.5. The primary driver of that is in 22, you did write off your water meters because you're now using Arlington's, and that caused a non-cash loss, a book loss of nearly 543,000 that obviously didn't repeat this year. So that's the swing because of that. Happy to answer any questions, but again, the audit went very well, and so good news.
Very good news. I will start with Councilman Glover.
Hi, Kevin. Thank you for the report. Just one quick question. Did this also include reviewing the EDC books, or is that separate?
It did. We also issue a separate report on them, and it is also included in the city's overall financial statements as a separate component, a discretely presented component unit.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions.
Councilman Griffith.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councilman Navarez.
I don't have any questions, just a great job to you, Kevin, as usual, and especially to you, John, and your department for
Yeah, absolutely.
doing what you need to do. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you again for your patience. Our apologies.
Glad to do it.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. See you next year in March. We are going to take a quick break. That was number 5, work session, so we'll come back to work session number 6, right? We'll take a quick break. It is 7:21, so back here in 5 minutes. Thank you. I'm very impressed with everyone. Okay, we are back from our break, and we're going to jump to reports and announcements. Under 2B, we have a couple of ladies here with us from we're going to do a proclamation on the Child Abuse Awareness Month. So let me jump to that real quick. If y'all want to make your way up, you can come on up to the front. And I'm going to read the Child Abuse Awareness Month proclamation. Whereas children are our future and our greatest resource, and whereas every child deserves a nurturing family and safe environment to grow into a healthy, productive member of the community, and whereas child abuse is one of our nation's most serious public health problems and threatens the safety of our community, and whereas in Tarrant County, 5,332 children were confirmed as victims of child abuse or neglect in 2023, and whereas Alliance for Children provided trauma-informed services to 2,325 children in 2023, whereas finding solutions to prevent child abuse is a community responsibility and depends on the involvement of all citizens, and whereas effective child abuse prevention, investigation, and treatment programs succeed because of partnerships among public and private agencies, schools, religious organizations, medical services, and the business community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jan Joplin, Mayor of the City of Kennedale, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the City of Kennedale, Texas, and urge all citizens to work together to help reduce child abuse and neglect significantly in the years to come. So thank y'all so much for what you do, what you've done, what you do, and what you continue to do.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Paige, and I have the privilege to serve as an MDT coordinator with Alliance for Children. And first, let me thank you for acknowledging April as Child Abuse Prevention Month here in Kennedale. We are grateful to partner with you and your police department and our team to response in child abuse investigations. Every service, such as case coordination, forensic interviews, case management, and trauma-focused mental health, is provided at no cost to children and families in our area. The support we receive from our partner cities, local law enforcement, and Tarrant County is critical to our agency and make those services possible. We're honored to have your support and partnership with us in our mission. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Would y'all like a picture?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so now we are going back to work session item number 6, Board and Commissions Training. And this has been an item that council's been discussing, is to make sure that all of our board members have basic level of training and that everyone's getting the same information. And we're going to start with the packet that we received for each individual, or the board packet. And you can probably see, just starting off in that needs to be updated. The first page is the welcome from the mayor, and it doesn't have my name on there. So we have some updating to do on this handbook. And so what I'd ask you to do is to go through it, each of you to go through it, and make comments on it and see individually what you'd like to, if you see anything in it that you see might need to be changed while we're going through it and updating it. And then we want to make sure that all of our board members have this, that they have an understanding of the basics, what's expected of them, and then they also get some specialized training depending on the board that they're on, because obviously BOA doesn't need the same thing Parks, or P&Z doesn't need the same thing as EDC, so that they get some specialized training for their particular board, and that we're working in parallel with each other towards our vision, and that's what we're in the process of creating, is a vision with the new comprehensive plan. So with that, I'll open it up. Councilman Navarez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as you know, this is something that's, been close to one of my goals for the city. It's not to punish or to say our boards are not doing a great job. It's just to give them better tools to do the jobs that they need to do for the city. One side little comment, I love the training idea, of course, and the specialized training. I would also maybe like a chairman training, just to kind of give them the idea of what powers they do have and what their responsibilities are. I know there's a few of our chairmen that just didn't know that they could do that or what was in their purview. So I know it's probably one more training that, Carvin's office needs to do, but I think that would help our chairmen to better lead our boards. And I think that's very important if we're going to get results out of them.
Agree. Councilman Griffith? Anything you want to add? We'll put our list together.
Some of the obvious, just at face value, like the demographics page, just general updates on, getting a letter from the current mayor, going through, updating the demographics or any other data or information that's in there, as well as maybe looking at some of the language for the different boards and making sure that it's accurate, as well as with our appointments. I'm not 100% sure, but I think some of the numbers have changed with how many members go to each board.
They
So
have.
updating that so that it reflects it. So when
Yes, they
people are
have.
reading this, it's accurate with the current information
Yeah.
and structure of those boards.
Correct. Mayor Pro Tem?
I kind of agree with you. A lot of the stuff really needs to be updated and everything. This is the same information that I think I got back when I started volunteering my time on boards and stuff like that. We do need to go through it and look through it and make the proper changes, because a lot of the boards, we went from 7, 9 to down to 5 members. And I would like to maybe, I know we do our appointments in October or something like that, but like maybe November, just make that first meeting a training meeting and let them get this handbook, sign their paperwork, do their Open Meetings Act and everything that needs to be done. And then they can discuss it, and then starting in December, they'll be able to start running a meeting. I mean, we got some people that volunteered a lot of their time just to be on these boards, but I think they need the tools to do their job properly, so.
Agree 100%. Councilman Glover?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One thought, coming off the budget meeting yesterday around using some of our tools better. So Office 365, I would hate to be the person who has to take 5 or 6 of these that all have our comments thrown together and then put that into one document. So take the soft copy of this, put it up in Office 365. We can all collaborate on it in real time or not, add comments to it, redline it, then go through and review it, accept the changes, and move on. That'll just make putting all the thoughts together much easier for probably Ross. Thinking about you, buddy. Regarding the training, I don't know if the city has a learning management system. Carolina, to put you on the spot, but if we do have one in LMS, we could actually assign the trainings out to the board members and then track it that way, which would be a little bit easier just to automate that. Other than that, I agree, it needs to be updated, because when I was reading through it last year, there was some,
Mhm.
it's a little stated. So it should be a living document that hasn't been updated in a while.
Agree.
Madam Mayor, just a follow-up to Mr. Michaels. You know, I read this for a long time ago for several boards, but when we actually did the training to the BOA, and I think that was 2013 for me, that made a world of difference on how I could serve that board and what we could do in that board. And I think that's one of the reasons why that board has always excelled. It's because a lot of those same members that got that training a long time ago are still there. So to reiterate, the training part of it, not just this, is I think a little bit more important, although 2016 has been a long time.
Yeah, I agree. So, and I'm just going to say this out loud. I mean, this is obviously something that needs to be cleaned up. But right now, we don't have a city secretary. So, but it's on the radar to be cleaned up, right? So at least it may take us a minute. We may not be able to do this by next month, but at least it's on the radar for when they come in and, you know, we can get this process started. And even if there is some basic training or something, we can start putting this together.
Yeah, I was just going to add with that, there's also work on the back end. So for example, I know recently, like within the last few months, we had to make some appointments to the tiers, or the TERS, I'm sorry. And then there's two others that we haven't addressed just yet, but like the Youth Advisory Council is one of them, something that I've been working on. But as we go through this and update some of the language and appointments and things of that nature on the back end, kind of deciding what the future holds for those that haven't been filled yet.
Right.
And getting to work on establishing them or reestablishing them. And the TDD and YAC are the two that come to mind.
Right. Agree.
One more thing to add, Madam Mayor. Also maybe a policy internally on when we do things, these kind of things, for the annual, let's say, training, not necessarily the updating of the training manual. That way, future government or future power struggles that we have in the city, these things don't get dropped in the mix. So if we have an internal policy that every 2 years we have Carbon host a public training for it, and just kind of make an internal policy, that way, moving forward, we'll be a stronger city.
Right, I love it. Okay, if there's no more input on that, we are going to move right along to number 7. This is a good one. Capital Project Plan for Water and Sewer. We don't have the page in our packet, but you can certainly get this page. And this is just, so we're all on the same, everybody's on the same page as far as where we're at with this and what we have going and what is coming up. Give us an update on that.
I'm sorry we didn't have time to get the packet to the council, but this is going to be a quick overview of where we at and where we want to go.
Okay, thank you.
So to start off, well, right now, the LCRRI, we have that in progress. That means the lead and copper rule revision inventory. So that's in progress right now with Fraser Nichols. Another project that we have in progress is the T4 storage tank, ground storage tank. We expect to have proposals by the end of the month. Then a decision will be made to select someone to move forward with installing a brand new storage tank. And we are looking to put a 750,000 gallons instead of the 500,000 to give us some more capacity. Once that is online, then we want to shift gear to the T3, the elevated storage tank, because right now we are having some water quality issues from that storage tank because the cathodic protection is kind of eroding. So we are getting a lot of sediment, so to speak. So we have to shift gears after we do that T3 and the T4, we do the T3 because we can't afford to put both tanks offline. So we're looking like in 2024, 25, and the 25 to move on to the elevated storage tank. Another project that we would like to have done, the section in red, we applied for a CDBG grant through the Tarrant County. to date, we haven't gotten any word if it's approved or not, so it's still in limbo. That being said, if we get approval for that, it's gonna be probably a 60-40 split, county paying 60, we pay 40. And that gonna replace that 1,200 linear foot of 6-inch asbestos pipe. We're gonna upsize that to an 8-inch PVC. The goal is if we should get that grant to do this section, then the city should jump in limbo and extend that project from 1250 from 3rd Street to 1250 going north and take it all the way to Dick Price. To Dick Price. Because this entire 6-inch pipe is asbestos cement. So it behooves us to go and replace that. And I think the price on this project here, I believe, if we ding, it's like about $400,000 for this section here in red. So I anticipate if we do the entire project to Dick Price, we're looking at another $400,000. So hopefully we should get a grant to do this section. Another project that's also online is that Interceptor project, which is from 820 all the way down to 3rd Street, where we're gonna have that sewer line upsize up to from a 15 to a 24-inch. And that's in design right now. We anticipate to be in construction probably in 26, finish construction in 2027. It's a 3-year project. And at the same time, we have decisions on deciding that if we are doing this, we might as well go ahead and replace this clay pipe from 3rd Street all the way down to the racetrack. So all we have to do is do an amendment to our existing PSA, and entire segment from 820 all the way down to the racetrack is going to be rehabilitated to, I would say, like right now, we have this proposed to be 15 inches. If we do an open cut, our prices is going to be off the wazoo because this is like 1 mile from 3rd Street to the racetrack. So I'm proposing that we do pipe bursting, and knowing that down here is basically sandy loam, we could do pipe bursting from a 12-inch to a 15-inch. So that's going to reduce your cost drastically. But this is just a wish list, and we would think that would be prudent to go ahead and do that now since we're already doing this Interceptor project. And another project that we want to do is to do an I&I study in the older areas in the city. The circle here as in this basin, and then in this basin B, and this one basin C. Because we've been having a lot of issues from I&I because it's been recorded through the city of Arlington, through the meter. They're telling us we are sending in too much inflow for them to treat. So we are paying to treat rainwater. So it behooves us to go ahead and do an I&I study here to determine if we have I&I on our pipes, inflow through our manholes. And this is another study we'll have to propose, will get done through Freezer Nichols or another consultant firm. And this is gonna be a pretty costly project as well because we have to televise every sewer line and check every manhole within this area. So it's another costly project. And again, this project that we need to get done is one that we discussed yesterday, doing this, upsizing the 6-inch to an 8-inch. So we reduce all those SSOs. And this is the other section of it. We're gonna tie in this 6-inch here from the previous slide and add all this into one project to save costs. So in a nutshell, that's some of the projects that we would like to have done in this coming fiscal year, and some of the projects that we have existing on the books from last fiscal year. And another thing that the city hasn't done, we had, doing some research, you all had a master plan done for water and sewer back in 2013, 2014, and to date, none of the projects that were assigned on that master plan, nothing has been done with them. So that master plan is outdated anyways, because it's what, 2024? It's 10 years old. And you have to have a master plan done within every 5 years, no more than 10 years. So, and the master plan basically going to tell us, since the city is developing and it's growing, where we need to do infrastructure improvement. So that's another thing we might have to look into is getting a new master plan, updating the current master plan, so it could tell us, guide us, areas that we need to concentrate on infrastructure-wise.
Agree, 100%. Were you finished? Was
Yeah,
that your
that-
last slide? Okay.
That's it.
Okay,
It's-
can
it's
you
not
go
a
back?
lot of projects, but it's a lot of money.
Yes, it is. It's a lot of money. And there's a lot of different places that need work almost simultaneously. So it's
Correct.
trying to decide where you start and what that cost is. So the water tank T3, that water tank is currently not, or sorry, T4.
Yeah, the one by the high school,
Yeah, that one it's not working, correct? It's,
this been defunct like 3 years ago.
okay. That's what I thought. So that's the one, and that will, so that is, RFP has been submitted, and it looks like the RFP is due back the end of this month. So what's the time frame on getting that tank, a new tank in?
Talking to some of the contractors, we're looking like 9 to 12 months for construction.
So it would start this summer, is that what you're saying?
If it's approved, yes.
Okay. So start this summer in a 9 to 12-month project?
So next year this time.
Okay.
And similarly, we're talking about price, just to rehab this elevated storage tank, today's dollar, we're looking like about 1.2, just to go inside this tank and do what we have to do.
And the reason T4 is a little more is because we increase the capacity.
Correct.
Okay.
And the OPCC for this, what we estimate is 1.2. I don't know what it's going to come back at, but we plan to get it under 1.2.
Yeah, and all of that's important. So with T3, we need to go in and clean it. Like you said, there's
Yeah, that
sedation.
canopy protector that's inside the tank is like 2 rods that attract all the sediments and the rust. It's falling apart, so we are getting that into the water. So it's a lot of chemicals need to be added afterwards.
Yeah, and we need to get that cleaned up so it doesn't, so we don't have a T4 situation, right?
Correct, correct.
Yeah. Maintenance is very important.
It is.
And we haven't been doing that.
Well, it's all costs,
yeah.
and I know the city is strapped for funding, so.
Well, if you do it as you go, we don't get to this situation, but here we are, and we've got to, navigate this from where we are, so I appreciate it. And then I had one other question on, go to the map of the $13 million sewer. Yeah, right here. So this was part of the $17 million bond that we took out?
Correct. So this is on the books that it's under design right now. The area in red,
Yes, number 1?
yeah, 1, 2, 1 and 2, correct.
And so what I heard you say is construction 2026?
2026, 2027. So it's basically 1 year construction. It's 10,000 lane miles.
Okay, but even like the
Linear
first
feet.
part of it, the phase 1, we won't be starting until 26, is that what you're saying?
We should be getting design completed by 25 and then start construction soon afterwards. So we're looking like a year and a half of construction because we're looking like, 2 miles of pipe laying and some boring. So it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is. I just want us to wrap our head around the fact that this was an emergency situation 10 years ago.
It was.
And then it was presented to us in council. Council wasn't aware it was an emergency situation. It was presented to us. Then there was a moratorium on building because of it, so that we could pause everything until we got a plan together to replace the sewer line. And we put a plan together to replace the sewer line. There was a bond that was passed for the sewer line, and that was 23. Yeah, that was the end of 23. And construction, and at the time, we were told that no more development until that's done. So I just make sure everyone's aware of the summary of where we were and the information that we were given. And now it's, construction is 2026. So it just gives you an idea of how long this takes, even once the bond is passed, you have a plan in place, the bond is passed, and it's, another couple of years until, we're at construction with another year for construction. So with that, I will pass it over to Councilman Navarez, or if anyone has any questions, I'm sure everyone does.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Christian, I appreciate your expertise in this, by the way. I'm going to be jumping around a little bit with my questions. Going back to T4, T3, what about the fire station ones? Where are we at with that?
That should be afterwards because it's in similar condition as T4. There's signs of leakage. You could see this rust mark here. At the T3 of the T1 at the fire station, there's a leakage mark at the base. So that's telling me that we are getting potholes at the bottom of that tank. So if we don't do something very soon, it's going to be like this T4.
So when's the plan for that one?
As soon as we could get this one up and running,
I got you.
this up and running, then we could go and tackle T1. Because the problem is, you can't put them all offline.
Mm-hmm.
You have to do one at a time because we need to have, I think the recommendation is 200 gallons per connection of storage capacity. And that's a regulation that we have to have. So if we take any of these out the line, like 2 of these, then we don't meet that criteria. So we have to phase them in. And I mean, I would suggest, and I know everybody gonna say I'm crazy, that we remove this ground storage tank and put elevated storage tank. I know it's gonna be 10 times as much, but you'll be better off served with an elevated storage tank for fire flow, for pressure, than putting ground storage tank. Because the ground storage tank, you have to have pumps, and pumps are very expensive.
So on your plan right there, we finish one, and then we can, once we finish that, we can take the other one offline, but they're on separate sides of the towns.
Correct.
Yeah, where's the fire station? Which one does that help? The T3 or T4? Like which section of town does that help?
They're all interconnected.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put one down, then the other one kicks in. When I say it's a valve open and it moves in.
Okay. And then where are we at with the generators?
That's the SB3.
Mm-hmm.
That's been submitted to the TCQ. It's been approved, and we have up till, I think, 2027 to actually go and prove that we've made some changes.
Okay, thank you. And then go to the North Road, which, my first question to that, are we going to bury the asbestos pipe or are we going to try to remove that?
Say again?
Are we going to bury the pipe, the asbestos pipe, or are we going to pay for all that extra money to have it removed?
It's going to stay in place.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that was happening. And then why North Road? Why not, for example, Delaney neighborhood, which has just as old pipes and there's actually issues in that neighborhood?
Good question. For CDBG grants, you have to meet certain criteria. And one of the criteria, 51% of the neighborhood needs to be, I wouldn't say, in the poverty level. And you have to have certain amount of residents in that neighborhood. And all of Kennydale don't meet that criteria except in that part of town.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that one as well. And then go ahead and go to your next slide, I believe, to the $13 million project. Yes. So why isn't North Road included into this scenario? Why are we doing it separate?
This is a sewer project.
Yes, it's a water project, though.
No, this is sewer. This
No, I
interceptor
understand the
project is a
difference,
sewer
but this is
project.
coming out of the water fund, so it's a water project. Why can't we do both from the,
That's be very good, and we should. If we can't afford to get that CDBG grant, it would be a good idea to tackle that as part of this project. So we could do all of this at the same time, water and sewer.
I would even say even your next slide, which is the one we talked about yesterday, you know, if we're gonna rip the Band-Aid off, let's just make one big check on it. That project, correct. All right, going back to your back slide, just to clarify, be clear, and I think I understand that this is future-proofing development in this whole area. So we won't have a scenario like your next slide.
We hope so.
Correct, correct. And then when can we lock in a price before the cost goes up? When can we get a contracted price and lock that in?
If you all could approve this project, then we could start looking at getting prices, because it don't make sense for us to go and hire a consultant to give us a OPCC for this, and then we're not gonna do it for 2 years. I'm paying a consultant 2 years in advance for something that we're not gonna do 2 years down the road. And then 2 years down the road, the prices is twice as much.
Thank you, Christian. Mr. Hull, why would we get a bond first then? Why, you would think that that would be one of the end results? If we're gonna wait this long and we don't know exactly what the cost is, how can we lock in a $13 million project when it could be already 15 million this year?
Sorry, I had to step out for a minute. So are you referring to Basin B, the bond that was just set? The purpose, the reason why that started was Freeze and Nichols. We had a report from 2016, 2017, indicating that that was one of the areas that needed attention due to a bottleneck. So that was on a high priority. As I came into office or appointed here, we were looking at different infrastructure, what was needed. Freeze and Nichols was brought back in, and they indicated this was a high priority. So the bond was set based off of that Basin B to connect pretty much the racetrack, where we was having a lot of development talk of how can we go about this. That's where the moratorium that the mayor is talking about. So how do we fix that? So it came in at a $13 million project to get that fixed. At the time, as we were going through that process, the other projects that Christian is bringing up, that was not brought up as being a priority. We could have put more expense to other projects. It just wasn't in the forefront at that given time.
So I guess my concern is if we don't have a locked-in contract with a company yet, we're nowhere near that, why are we even approving to pull money of a project that we don't know what the end result is? It could be $17 million by the time we find a contractor. If we haven't, according to Christian, we haven't put out a bid on it yet.
That's correct. And during the process of us going through that, we asked Freeze and Nichols to make sure they put additional funding, discretionary funding in it.
Okay.
I believe at this point, I believe it was at 20% is what was added to that.
Yeah, we have to
With
put-
the idea that we're moving forward and we should be able to start construction. A year and a half or 2 years was projected for a 3-year project.
And that's what I remember on it. I'm just concerned, and with all due respect to Freeze and Nichols, they do a wonderful job on it, but we already had a hiccup today particularly, and I'm fearful that this is what's going to happen, especially if Christian's projecting 3 years from now.
I had that same.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Navarez, when we're doing design, we anticipate there'll be changes in cost. So we always put a contingency in price in there just in case prices fluctuate.
And if I remember correctly, it was for inflationary projections. But I go back to the train project. That's almost double. And so that's just my biggest concern. I just want to make sure that we're all understanding of that and just cautious, and especially Freeze and Nichols moving forward, that they're very cautious with things like that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have anything, Mayor Pro Tem?
I just got one question since we're talking about water. Trinity One, the other day I drove by there, they were tripping pipe out. Was there something wrong with the pump or something? The well behind the fire station?
There shouldn't be, because I know Arlington hasn't reported anything to us, unless they were doing some flushing, and that was the remnants.
Okay.
I think they were replacing the pipe because they were doing it on both wells.
So
There, and then also
they
going
pulled the
by-
Pluxee in the treating well and just replacing pipe?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
And then, if you've seen something there, we had that pump pulled about 2 weeks ago, because the pump on that well failed.
Trinity One?
Yeah, by the fire
One.
station there.
Councilman Glover?
So Christian, going back to T3, it sounded like you said that we all have hot water heaters at home. They all have anode rods in them that are sacrificial elements, so that way they get attacked, not the tank. I thought I heard you say the anode rods are gone, or the massive water tank equivalent of that. Is that not a serviceable item that we can replace and maintain the tanks for longer?
And that would be what we want to do, but there's other technology now that you don't have to put, like you said, sacrificial metal in here. There's other material now, there's a special paint you could go and put in here that you don't have to have that sacrificial metal in here. But the bottom line, the problem stem from all these water tanks. There have never been any maintenance done for, I would say, probably 10 years. None of these tanks been painted inside or anything like that.
And moving forward, if we replace the tanks, would we then have maintenance plans to go with the new tanks?
Correct. We have to. And then another thing, your tanks need to be inspected once every year. That's never done. I started having that inspected.
Ours have never been inspected?
Not since I've been here, or before my time.
Okay. Couple of other items. I guess we would want to look at how we fund this, because your projects, just because of their nature, are always going to be expensive, 6 figures and higher. So I think from a funding standpoint, we would want to explore this more. Do we have it in the budget? And that may be a conversation that we have with yourself and John combined. You mentioned too, you wanted to move to elevated tanks and not ground storage tanks, because you said that we need pumps for ground storage. Agreed. But don't we still need pumps to pump the water up into the tank?
Well, that's already coming in from a force main, but you would have to have a pump, but wouldn't be the size that you would need for a ground storage.
Okay, but
so your GPM and your RPM is going to be reduced much more than having one of these.
All right. Mr. Hall, we've talked about this before, and Christian, we've talked about as well. Lots of projects, lack of project plans, and kind of where we're at, to the mayor's point about the $13 million bond in the sewage fund, or in the sewage project there. So one of my questions that does come up, speaking of time and money, what are the finance charges? And we don't have to answer this today, but I'd like to know, what are we paying in finance costs each year for that bond? Is it a percentage of the 13 million? And if so, we should probably look at that and say, where are we spending the most amount of money to have a project waiting and sitting? So that'd be a question maybe for the next session. I don't want to put John on the spot to.
And another thing, that if you want to stay ahead of the game, thinking and planning ahead, it behooves us to do a bond program for infrastructure, water and sewer every year, because there's no maintenance that we could do to keep up with what we have.
Well, my concern with that,
most of our infrastructure here is old. The infrastructure is aged. You have a clay pipe. We have undersized pipe. We have asbestos pipe.
right, but I think the whole country is kind of suffering from that now. My concern, though, is that, to the mayor's point, we issued bonds, they're emergency, still don't have shovels in the ground, and we don't have great visibility. As a citizen, I hear 13 million, but I don't know what the status is of the project. And so we just want to get our arms around how are we communicating, messaging that out to the city so that they know where they can expect to see dirt moving, let's say for the sewage. The new issue that was brought up yesterday around Hilltop or Hillside, that's another $1 million.
Raise your water rate.
Well, that's already coming. We've already got no, it's coming from Arlington, but we're not going to see any new funds from that. So anyway, thank you, Christian. Again, we've got some work to do to kind of shore everything up in the town.
That's a good question, though. Jonathan, do you happen to know off the top of your head what page the bonds are on in the budget that I can just flip to quickly and tell them the cost to us for the interest on those bonds? Do you want to speak to that?
We pay issuance fees up front, but we don't have an annual fee.
Okay, so we're not paying interest on it now, like we're not paying for those bonds currently?
We pay, when they're issued, we pay the fees up front,
Right.
but there's not an annual. We do have interest, yes. The bond interest, look in the debt service fund. So there's a tab for debt service fund. There's a breakdown within that shows principal and interest. It should be on the very first page of the debt service fund.
70, yeah.
John, did we already pull the bond? Did we already get the money?
Mhm.
If we're a couple years off, why didn't we just wait on that?
Well, issuance costs go one direction. It's not down, so issuing it now does save money. We also get investment interest. That's part of our investment pool.
So my understanding, we're going to pull what we needed up to $13 million. So if we needed 5, we pull 5, then we pull, next year we pull another 5. So you're saying we already pulled money even though we're kind of.
The money is in our bank account.
Correct.
Okay.
That's part of the investment pool that we're using right now. So until we actually have to make a payment, which we're expecting design fees, those are extremely
Right.
expensive. So we just pull the cash down and make a payment. But our investment strategy right now is built around timing on when we anticipate needing that money. We can pull it out of our investment pools and make it available for operations.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I'll leave that in your capable hands.
And if I can go back, we talked, there was discussion about funding for the tanks. That's coming, right now it's ARPA money, so it's our COVID relief money. We have that waiting to spend on the tanks. As soon as we get the go-ahead from Christian and we get contractors and suppliers lined up, we'll go ahead and cut that out. But for the time being, that's also part of our investment pool, so we're earning interest on that money as well.
And that's covering the interest we would be paying on the debt, or maybe exceeding it right now?
For ARPA, we don't have debt on that. For the bond, I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, so Christian, maybe future slides, we just have a little funding source, kind of call that, because if it's coming from the federal government or ARPA, that would be good to know. That makes it much easier, I think, for us to say, approved, move on to the next one, versus, no, this needs bond money, we need to spend some more time talking about it.
Yeah. We're starting on that on our website. If you go to the finance page, there's a bond issuance link that's on the left, and we're building up to, it's in progress, but there's information out there that our citizens or yourself can check out.
Thank you.
Do you want to wrap this up? You good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Gosh, it's sticking to me. Oh, this is here. Too many papers. Okay. We are going to move to work session item number 8. This should be pretty painless, and then we'll move into our reports and announcements. So resolution for citizens on patrol. This has been initiated by Chief Holguin. Tell us a little bit about this.
So I had mentioned before that we were wanting to start a Citizens on Patrol program here in the city of Kennedale. And one of the things that we applied for a State of Texas Criminal Justice Assistance Grant, also known as a CJ JAG grant, for a new Ford Explorer Police Interceptor. The total package cost is $76,693, which is what we submitted. So the resolution is necessary for us to proceed with the grant process.
Beautiful, I love it. What's the time frame on that? Do you have an idea?
Well, Getting the actual vehicle would probably be within a year. It's been taking a really long time to get vehicles just to us and outfitted. The cost includes the complete outfit of the vehicle, from lights and graphics.
Excellent. I love it.
The grant's not approved as of yet, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
So
When
this is just to submit it.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. I assume no questions on this? Move along. All right. Thank you for that. And we have completed our work session. We'll just move right into reports and announcements, updates, members of council. We'll start with Councilman Navarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This past month, I've met with several businesses, including new businesses, including Kennedale Trading Post, the Valentino's New York Pizza, which is amazing, the Kennedale Smoke Shop, and I visited also 2 car lots just to kind of see what our car lots are doing in our backyard. Of course, we had second spring break with the ISD, and if you didn't know, the public didn't know, next year the second spring break won't be March and April. It'll be February and March. So just families be aware that next year that has changed. I also celebrated my 44th birthday, and I had a great time with family and friends. I met with 2 developers and discussed the market of building, but basically what the market's doing, what the demand is. I had really several great discussions with them. And then, of course, we had the car show here in Kennedale, which was amazing, and it was a beautiful day. And then, afterwards, friends of ours and my family headed out to the World of Outlaws, and that was really an amazing experience. There was a lot of people there. There was a lot of money being thrown around there too as well. So, and after talking to some of the event coordinators, the potential of us having these hotels on the front end, these kinds of events will benefit us because of that hotel tax. So I'm excited that the Kennedale Speedway actually got that here in Kennedale, and I'm hoping that we shined, even though we had a power outage there, and that things like that will come to Kennedale, and then if we do our part and make these hotels, I think the whole Kennedale will benefit from that. Thank you.
I agree. Councilman Griffith?
I've been meeting with some TED board members, realtors, and arbitrators in the area that are helping me put together this, we're calling it Tax Talk, but we're going to do some recordings and push that information out, make it available for the public, and help people understand property tax valuations and things like that. Super excited about the farmers market, something that I've been working on for a little while. So we'll be out there, hope to see everybody there. I've had some meetings with a couple developers on the old Trash Strip property. They've expressed interest in coming out and looking at investing there. And that's about it. Valentino's is open. Today was their actual opening. Great food, great people. Mr. Usman has a wonderful story for people who haven't had a chance to meet him yet, him and his family. He's actually from Afghanistan. And he also served as an interpreter for the Department of Defense in the Middle East.
Do you want to go ahead and add your personal side to that?
Just was interesting that in meeting him, it's funny how small the world actually is. So during the time that he spent overseas serving as an interpreter, we were actually in the same place at the same time over in Afghanistan. It was just interesting to learn that so many years had passed and so many miles between us, and we ended up in
Kennedale.
the beautiful city of Kennedale to meet one another. So that was pretty interesting. Yeah.
Very special. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, y'all know me, I'm always involved with everything, so there was a lot of meetings that I attended. Did spend time at the car show, helped out with that. The Eclipse, got to spend it down there at the Emerald Hills with a lot of citizens and spend it with my grandkids. We did go to TML Regional 8, me, Councilman Navarez, Mayor Joplin, and City Manager Hall. And last Friday, me and Councilman Griff, Chief Ogie, or is it Hoagie? I always get it messed up. And Nathan Gonzalez attended a YMCA luncheon, and hopefully we got some good connections. And then on the 13th, me, Councilman Griffin, and Mayor Joplin, we all went out and helped KKB with the Great American Cleanup. So that's it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Councilman Glover?
So my family and I had a good time at the car show. Lots of neat cars. Great day, great event. Met with our Director of Community Development, discussed quite a few topics, including some of the software topics that we were discussing yesterday in the budget cycle. So that was a good conversation to have. That wraps it up for me. Thank you.
Very good. I'm not going to go into the long list that I normally have. I normally pull out a long list. Most of all the events that were mentioned, I attended, had a great time. The car show was, I heard, the best car show we've ever had, the best attendance we've ever had from a car show, and I know we'll do that again. But for all the information, all the places that I've been, check out my mayor's Facebook page, all the meetings, events. I try to post those just to keep all of you citizens aware of where I am and the businesses that I get to have the opportunity to meet with, and I am really excited. I agree with the new businesses that are coming in that have chosen Kennedale to be here. It's very exciting. The highlight, I would say, is yesterday budget presentation. Thank you so much to staff. It was a great day, 9 to 4 all day, so we started yesterday, so this is April, which is really great for us to start our budget talks in April, so that by the time we get to August, we have a really good idea of what we're looking at for our budget, and that's a first for us. You know, we've never been able to do that. Normally, we get it really late, and it's presented to us, and it's a lot of information, and you're having to make a decision really quickly. So thank you to our city manager for making that happen, and thank you for staff for having it ready so early. So thank you for that, and I'll turn it over to our city manager for his updates.
I agree with everything tonight. It was a great time. Thank you.
Whoops, I'm so sorry, I forgot the barbecue proclamation. So this is beautiful. It's from the Senate of Texas. So let me read that. And the barbecue cook-off is June 1st. Okay, the State of Texas resolution, whereas the City of Kennedale Barbecue Showdown is taking place on May 31st and June 1st, 2024, and whereas sanctioned by the International Barbecue Cookers Association as one of the organization's state championship cook-offs, this much-anticipated event attracts talented pit masters from across Texas who put their culinary abilities to the test as they vie to produce the tastiest entries in several different categories. The grand champion of the contest will receive an invitation to the American Royal World Series of Barbecue. And whereas the cook-off is held each year with the help of financial donors from the Kennedale business community, attendees enjoy a fun, family-oriented atmosphere along with great food and spirited competition. And whereas the City of Kennedale Barbecue Showdown is a fitting celebration of the smoked delicacies that are such an integral part of Texas culture, and it promises to be a source of fond memories for all who attend, now therefore be it resolved that 2024 City of Kennedale Barbecue Showdown be commemorated, and that the organizers and participants be extended sincere best wishes for a fun and successful event. And it's signed by Phil King, State Senator, District 10. So that's wonderful. Looking forward to that. More information to come on that. That's fantastic to have that here. It's fantastic. We'll move to our financial reports for the city and the EDC. Our Director Horton.
All right. Starting off on the executive overview, we can see our prior tax, our property tax revenues were at 97.4% of total budget. The prior year receipts to this point were at 95.4%. And we're halfway through the year, so this is one time where it's a pretty good indicator of where we're trending. I do want to point out with the property tax, I mentioned at 95% last year, that's actually to collected. So we're ahead. I feel pretty confident there. With sales tax, stay on the report, sales tax revenue over $742,000 at 37.3% to the total budget. We're actually ahead of pace on where we were last year. So I know sales tax has been a pretty tight point of focus lately. So just bringing that up, we're ahead of pace. Our general fund expenditures were at 44.5% of the total budget. So when you look, of course, just the two easiest indicators are our current year, our revenue received, we're at 79.2% of budget. Last year, we we're at 72.2 in the general fund. At expenditures, we're at 44.5, so we're slightly ahead of pace from last year, but we're still beneath that 50% mark. So I feel really confident in the health of our general fund. Our water sewer fund, Fund 10, that is on page 2. The water service sales year-to-date is 1.1 million at about 40.3% of the budget. The sewer sales are slightly higher percent of budget at 50.4. The operations are at 48.8. So that's an indication that I expect that number to trend with the revenue, and we're still doing that. On working capital year-to-date in the water sewer fund, we have 492 days. Our budgeted is 267. The biggest reason for that gap is some anticipation of bond expenditures. We mentioned design fees a few minutes ago, so we were expecting to have some project expenditures come out of that fund. Stormwater fund, our drainage fees collected were 51% of the budget. Our expenditures year-to-date are at 49.7. So again, those are really trending together as expected. Going with the EDC, the sales tax, the history or the story there is similar to the general fund. Those numbers are derived from the same pool of money, so that's as expected. And with the EDC, there hasn't been any land sale or any land purchases, so just steady operation on that end. One just number based on some things Councilman Glover asked yesterday. I don't have the numbers offhand, but our year-to-date expenditures in the general fund, when you break it down like wages, taxes, so personnel-related expenses, I have wages, taxes, benefits, and workers' comp. Our year-to-date, that's 71% of expenditures out of the general fund, 29% being the operations, equipment, supplies, and that type of thing. So our budget, actually, on the wages, taxes, benefits, workers' comp is at 68% of expected expenditures, with 32% for operations. So you can just get a feel for, as we're going through the budget and as we've had discussions, the general fund is very, very heavily weighted toward personnel costs. And that's by design. Typically, the projects are out of a different fund, a capital projects fund. So that's not unexpected, but it was something that we didn't clarify yesterday. I wanted to make sure we discussed today.
Very good. Anyone have any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I like it. Okay, we're going to move to the consent agenda. We have a couple of things on there, the minutes from last month, and then the approval for the independent auditor's annual comprehensive financial report. Basically, it's on the consent agenda because it's something that's presented to us, and we're just accepting the fact that it was presented to us. So it's fine.
Madam Mayor, I just have one question of clarification for the minutes. This is Section 5, number A1. Did we discuss that? I have no memory of that part. Which is for the audience, rules regarding the use of public property for political purposes. Did we discuss that in executive session? I have no memory of that.
What page? I'm sorry, where are you at?
The second to last page.
Okay.
5-1A. I've slept since then, so I just wanted somebody to tell me that, yes, we did it, and I'm just losing my mind.
We talked about an executive session, yes.
Okay, so I just don't have a memory of it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't remember us discussing that, especially first at the top of the order. Carvin, do you remember? That would be from you. Yeah, I don't remember if. It's. If you don't have to tell me, but if you remember, I just don't remember. It's to answer your question, rules regarding the use of public property for political purposes.
Yes, we discussed that.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, now you get my wheels turning. Okay, because we talked about so many things, executive session.
I mean, I just turned 44, you never know, you know?
So do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion if there's no other objection to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Second? Favor? Motion passes. We'll go to individual. We have number 1, Stripe-A-Zone quote for North Little School Road. And Stripe-A-Zone was originated, the request from Director Sugrum.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, did we skip consent agenda B2? Or we
Yeah,
approving all?
both were in that, yeah.
Yeah, this MNC is just asking the council to approve this agreement and contract with Stripe-A-Zone for doing pavement marking on Little School Road, Bowman Springs, Kennedale Sublet, and Dick Price from 287 to the railroad track. And we received several bids, and the lowest and the best that we found was Stripe-A-Zone at $108,000.
Okay, so this is restriping North Little School from Kennedale Parkway to Tree Point,
Correct.
and then Bowman from Kennedale Parkway to the city limit.
Correct.
Dick Price from Kennedale Parkway to the pavement change, and then Kennedale Sublet from Little to the city limit. So this is just because of the incidents that we have, because
And
it's
then
just not striped.
Traffic safety
Yeah,
and, pedestrian safety as well.
absolutely. Does anyone have any questions?
Just one, how many miles, I guess, of striping will that be?
I don't think I put it on this, but I could get back with you on that, but I think it's like
A rough estimate would be fine with me, thank you.
about 2.3 lane miles.
Okay.
Remember now, when you're striping, you have one center line
Yeah.
on either direction, so it's 2. So, and then you have edge lines, if we have edge line, and then we have all the bulb outs, where the chevrons. So each one of those, and then your prices raised by 4-inch and 6-inch. So the center line is 4 inches, so you're looking at, if you have 1 mile, so you're looking at 2 miles for just one limit.
Correct. So we're looking at probably 7-8 miles worth of striping? So roughly 14,000 per mile is the
I
cost?
think it runs like about 9 cents a linear foot.
Okay, thank you. That's a better breakdown than where I was going with it.
And then your traffic button jumps in there, and that's like about $6 per button.
Thank you, Christian.
You bet.
Madam Mayor, I got one question too. Bowman Springs, I know we talked about in the past about possibly putting stop signs at Pennsylvania and Bowman Springs. Is this going to be, they're doing the white striping and stuff like that too for existing?
The flashing stop sign is going to be installed after the striping is done, because we have to put the stop bar.
So this is part of that bid or part of the price? Or
The-
they're going to put in the stop bar?
Yes,
And then we'll put the sign in right after that?
correct. We would,
Okay,
we
that's
would
what I
install
want.
the stop sign, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that that's something we were doing.
Councilman Glover, any questions?
I guess, I see a few quotes in here. Which one are we looking at?
It's for different, the first one's Little Road. And then so they're different pages, so there's a different quote per,
Okay,
the
project
first one's
names, I
Little
see it
Road
now.
and then Bowman, and they add up to the 108.
Gotcha. No questions then, thank you.
And this is coming out of the impact fee fund, correct?
Correct.
Excellent. All right, if there's no further questions, I'll take a motion.
I got one more question.
Too late. Just kidding.
When Glover was correct that there's actually another bid in here,
Okay.
THM, so, but we're going with
Oh, I see. I didn't see
Stropazone?
that.
Correct.
Okay.
Because it was the least expensive. Yes, sorry, I didn't catch that.
You know, after going through several bidders, you know, we are asking for, you know, poly paint, so to speak, that's kind of retro-reflective, and some of the other vendors don't provide that. So just basically the high-end striping people provide those.
This quote includes the reflective paint on the road, or?
It's gonna be like reflective, but
Okay, yeah, years ago, Little Road was restriped with non-reflective paint, so it's kind of useless at night, but thank you. I just want to make sure.
Take a motion.
Real quick before we go to the motion, how many bids did you get? Was there 3?
we got several, but then a bunch of them declined because they weren't gonna be able to provide what I'm asking for.
Gotcha. I just saw some of the email traffic, so I wasn't sure if.
Yeah, because if you one of the email there, one person said, I'm gonna back or leave that for the big dogs.
This also is off home buy board as well, so the bid process is already done.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, make a motion to approve the stripe zone quote.
Have a motion, have a second?
Madam Mayor, second.
All right, I have a motion, a second to approve. All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you, Christian. Oh, stay there.
Still be here. The other MSC request is for the Everett Valley Lane Bridge Improvement Project. Now, this was a part of the off-system tech, excuse me, TxDOT project that kind of go in hand with the New Hope Road Bridge. And I guess the city decided way back then that it's going to be cheaper for them to have this TxDOT pay for the New Hope Road Bridge and the city do the overall cost for Everett and Valley Lane Bridge. So that cost there at $480,000 is going to be all on the city. And basically, all
So
it's going to be doing is the guardrails, some decking and riprap along those two bridges.
So there's two projects here. One is Valley Lane and one is Everett Road Bridge.
Yes, those two bridges that we
Okay.
have.
And so the total for the two is the 480, 250?
Correct,
Okay, and which is separate from the Valley Lane project.
correct. The Valley Lane Stabilization Project is
Right.
totally different.
And we're waiting on FEMA still on that one.
Correct.
All right, so looks like Councilman Griffiths has his hand on the button.
See the proposed projected completion date is May 31st.
Correct.
For
We already
both
have a contract, so all we have to do is have a pre-con, and it's a 30-day contract, so if we start early May, we're gonna finish end of May.
For both projects will be done.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Christian, what's the funding source of this? I know it's a city, but is it debt funded? Do you have it in a budget already?
Yes,
Funding source for this.
It'll be coming out of bond money.
The 13 million that was for the sewer?
No, that's two different ones, yeah. It's not, it won't come out of that, it'll be coming out of some of the street projects,
Street project bond.
yeah.
Okay.
And that'll be updated on the website as well, so we'll see that. Perfect. All right, so if there's no more questions, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, make a motion to approve Valley Lane and Everett Road Bridge improvements.
Excellent. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, a second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor? Motion passes unanimous. And then the last individual consideration I have is the judge agreements. This comes up on an annual basis for us, or annual or every 2 years? Every 2 years, okay, that's what I was remembering. For us to contract with our municipal judges and, oh, hi Bertha, there you are. Why don't you tell us all about it?
Okay, yeah, so we have a contract that's every 2 years. We got rid of our 2 associate judges, and we have a new associate judge. It's Judge, he's an attorney, his name is Solomon. He lives here in Kennedale. He spoke with the judge. Judge speaks highly of him. I got to talk to him. He's excited to come in when needed. He lives local. He lives here in Kennedale, so.
Excellent. So this is basically the contract to keep the current judge we have.
Yes.
And then a new associate.
Correct.
That lives here.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice. Any questions?
Just a comment about our former judge. He was an amazing judge, has served this city for a long time, and I know him as an attorney. He's one of the great attorneys as well. Pretty well known. I know he's getting up there in age, is looking forward to slowing down and retire a little bit. So I just want to wish him the best wishes moving forward, what he does.
Are you speaking of Judge Lane? He's still our judge.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
He's-
I thought you said I thought you just told me he retired.
Unless you've heard something that I
Yeah.
haven't, but he's not
No,
retiring.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you just told me they retired.
We
I
have
was
a
like,
contract for
"Whoa."
2 years.
You didn't tell me that.
No,
Maybe that associate judge will be seeing a little bit more, Bertha.
possibly, I don't know.
All right, if there's no questions, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, second.
All right, motion second, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, Bertha.
you.
And we have finished our consent, our individual. We are going to move into executive session pursuant to 551.071, consultation with the city attorney pertaining to any matter in which the duty of the city attorney under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct may conflict with the Open Meetings Act, including discussion of any item posted on the agenda, legal issues regarding the Open Meetings Act. And we have listed 3 items: 400 North Little School Road repair estimate, Town Center Development District, True Hotel Agreement, and pursuant to 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, board appointments. And so we will recess to go to executive session at 8:42. We are reconvening from executive session at, anyone have the time, the correct time? Here we go. 10:38. And we have some action items from executive session. The first one will be Town Center Development.
Do we have an action item for that?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Oh, no, we don't. You're right. Sorry, wrong paper.
It's all right,
Action item-
10:30. David's turning a pumpkin.
Action item from the True Hotel Agreement. Do we have an action item from True Hotel?
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to authorize the city manager for the First Amendment to the Chapter 380 agreement with Kamali Holdings, Inc.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, a second.
All in favor? Motion passes. Okay, as action item from executive session on board appointments. So I'd like to read these, and then if there's a motion to appoint these, I'll take a motion for it, okay? For the TDD, Town Center Development District, Place 1, Chair Mark Yeary. Place 2, Tyson Eubanks. Place 3, Mayor Jan Joplin. Place 4, Councilman Jeff Navarez. Place 5, Councilman Bryant Griffith. Hold that thought a minute. We'll go to Planning and Zoning. Place 3, Kevin Gao. Place 4, Anita Favela. Place 5, Socorro Martinez. Parks Board. Place 1, Vice Chair Kim Courtney. Place 2, Kevin Gao. And we will make Place 4, Keith Courtney, Chair. Do I have a motion for these board appointments? That's Kim Courtney.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the appointments.
I've got a motion as mentioned. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, I second.
Okay, all in favor? Mayor passes. Do I have a, mayor passes? I'll pass.
Madam Mayor, I make a
Passes.
motion to adjourn.
Second, all in favor? We're out of here. It's late.